Welcome, dear friend, to Buddhism Verity, a sanctuary of gentle wisdom where your heart can finally rest. Tonight, you don't need to be perfect, and you don't need to prove anything. You have carried enough. Here, there is no judgment, only compassion. As you listen, let these words soften your worries, like a quiet stream washing over heavy stones. Take a deep breath, release the burdens of the day, and remember, you are not your past, you are not your mistakes, you are the one who can begin again. And here at Buddhism Verity, we walk this path of healing together, one gentle step, on why we punish ourselves. The false belief that guilt equals growth. There is a silent habit that lives inside many of us. It is the habit of believing that if we feel enough guilt, if we carry enough shame, then somehow we are improving, somehow we are becoming better people. You may know this feeling well. You make a mistake, and instead of simply learning from it, you replay it again and again like a broken record. You remind yourself of every wrong word, every wrong choice, every wrong step. And each time you do, you tell yourself, this is my growth. This is how I make sure I never do it again. But is that really growth? Or is it simply punishment wearing the mask of wisdom? In the quiet hours of the night, many people lie awake, unable to rest because of this confusion. Their bodies are tired, but their minds are still sentencing themselves to invisible prisons. They think, if I suffer enough over this, I will become worthy again. If I keep feeling bad, maybe the universe will see my sincerity and forgive me. What they don't realize is that guilt, when held too long, does not open the heart. It closes it. Shame does not expand our awareness. It narrows it, turning life into a small cage where the only thing that matters is how unworthy we feel. The Buddha never taught that guilt is a doorway to enlightenment. He never said that self-punishment makes you holy. Instead, he taught that awareness is the beginning of freedom. He taught that clarity, not condemnation, is what transforms a human life. Yet, across centuries and cultures, the belief has taken root that suffering makes us pure, that guilt is the fire that burns away our flaws. Let us look at this more deeply. The origins of self-punishment. Why do so many of us confuse guilt with growth? The answer often lies in how we were raised and what we were taught about mistakes. From an early age, many of us were told that when we do something wrong, we must be punished. Punishment, we were told, is the only way to learn. Maybe it was a harsh word from a parent, a stern look from a teacher, or even the cold silence of someone we loved. These experiences planted a belief. If I feel bad enough, I will become better. If I don't feel bad, it means I don't care. This belief quietly follows us into adulthood. We become our own judges, our own jailers. Long after the event is over, long after anyone else has forgotten, we continue carrying the burden. And because we confuse this burden with growth, we hold on to it even tighter. But here is the truth. Growth does not come from shame. Growth comes from understanding. Punishment might control behavior for a while, but it does not create wisdom. Only awareness, compassion, and reflection can do that. Guilt as a trap, not a teacher. Think of a time when you felt deep guilt. Did that feeling give you clarity, or did it make you afraid to look at yourself honestly? Most often, guilt does not guide us to better choices. Instead, It convinces us that we are broken beyond repair. It says, "You are the mistake. You are the problem." And once we believe this, we stop seeing possibilities for change. We no longer think, "I can do differently next time." Instead, we think, "I will always fail. I will always hurt people. I am not worthy of love." This is not learning. This is imprisonment. And it is a prison built on a misunderstanding. The Buddha spoke of karma not as punishment, but as cause and effect. What we think, say, and do carries energy, and that energy shapes our experience. If we act with awareness and kindness, the effect is lighter. If we act with ignorance, the effect can bring suffering. But karma is not a judge. It does not say, "You must feel guilty forever for what you did." It says simply, "See clearly, learn, begin again." That is the true invitation of karma. Not guilt, not endless punishment, but the freedom to plant new seeds, starting now. The illusion of holy suffering. Somewhere along the way, many of us were taught that suffering makes us better people. Religions, families, and cultures have all sometimes reinforced this idea. They told us, if you hurt, it means you are paying your debt. If you feel guilt, it means you are becoming pure. But this is not the message of Buddhism. Suffering, according to the Buddha, is not a sacred badge of honor. It is a signal. It is the body and mind telling us, you are not seeing clearly, you are attached, you are resisting what is. Suffering is not the path itself. It is the reminder that a different path is possible. If we misunderstand this, we begin to glorify our own pain. We start to believe that feeling miserable means we are making progress. But what really happens is the opposite. We stay stuck. We become addicted to the cycle of guilt, thinking it is discipline, when in truth it is self-harm. Real growth does not ask you to suffer endlessly. Real growth asks you to see yourself honestly, to acknowledge harm where it was done, and then to release the extra weight of shame that serves no purpose. The soft power of awareness. Awareness is softer than guilt, yet infinitely more powerful. Imagine you speak harshly to a friend. Guilt says, "I am a terrible person. I don't deserve their love." Awareness says, "I spoke harshly because I was tired and afraid. Next time, I want to pause before speaking. I want to choose words that bring connection, not distance." See the difference? Guilt closes the door. Awareness opens it. Guilt says, "You are permanently broken." Awareness says, "You made a choice, but you can choose differently next time." This is where growth lives, not in self-punishment, but in clarity, learning to lay down the whip. If you have been punishing yourself for years, you may feel afraid of letting go. You may think, if I stop being hard on myself, I will repeat the same mistakes. If I forgive myself too quickly, I will become careless. But this is another misunderstanding. Forgiveness is not permission to harm again. Forgiveness is what allows you to see clearly enough to stop harming. Guilt narrows your mind. Forgiveness expands it. Guilt keeps you frozen. Forgiveness sets you in motion. Imagine holding a whip in your hand and striking yourself each time you remember the past. Does this help you become more loving, or does it only deepen your wounds? Now imagine setting down the whip. Imagine choosing instead to look directly at your pain, to breathe with it, to learn from it, and then to move forward. That is what Buddhism invites you to do, a new way forward. True growth is not measured by how much guilt you can endure. It is measured by how much clarity you can embody. It is measured by how gently you can hold yourself even when you stumble. The next time guilt rises in you, pause, breathe, ask yourself, is this guilt helping me see clearly, or is it punishing me? If it is punishing you, let it go. If it is pointing you toward a lesson, take the lesson and release the rest. You do not need to prove your sincerity by suffering endlessly. You prove your sincerity by choosing differently, by planting new seeds with new intentions, by allowing awareness, not shame, to guide your next step. Closing reflection. You have carried enough guilt. You have mistaken punishment for progress long enough. Tonight, as you listen, let yourself soften into a new truth. Guilt is not growth. Shame is not wisdom. Self-punishment is not spirituality. Growth begins the moment you see clearly. Healing begins the moment you stop hurting yourself in the name of becoming better. You are not here to chain yourself to the past. You are here to begin again. So let this be your new mantra. Awareness, not guilt. Clarity, not punishment. Presence, not shame. And in that shift, you will find the gentle doorway to freedom, the misunderstood karma, breaking the myth of punishment. Few words in spiritual language have been as misunderstood as the word karma. For many, the moment they hear it, they immediately think of punishment. They think, if something painful happens to me, it must mean I deserve it. It must mean I am being punished for something I did wrong, maybe in this life, maybe in a past life. This belief has shaped countless hearts into carrying unnecessary shame. It has made people afraid of their own suffering. It has convinced them that every hardship is proof of their unworthiness. But this is not the true teaching of the Buddha. Karma was never meant to be a sentence of guilt. It was never meant to be a cosmic punishment system that keeps you trapped in fear. Karma, in its original meaning, is much simpler, much gentler, and far more liberating. The real meaning of karma. The Buddha taught that karma means action. More precisely, it means intentional action, what you choose to do, say, or think, and the energy those choices carry into the world. Karma is not an external judge deciding whether you are good or bad. It is the natural law of cause and effect. Think of it this way. When you plant a seed in the ground, that seed will grow according to its nature. A mango seed will grow into a mango tree, not an apple tree. An apple seed will grow into an apple tree, not a mango tree. This is not punishment. It is simply the unfolding of causes and conditions. In the same way, when you speak with kindness, kindness grows in your life. When you act with compassion, compassion returns to you in different forms. And when you act with ignorance, fear, or cruelty, that energy ripples back as well. Not because the universe is angry with you, but because energy creates consequences. Karma is simply this, nothing more and nothing less. The trap of shame. So how did karma become twisted into a tool for self-punishment? The problem arises when we interpret suffering as proof of guilt. Something goes wrong, a relationship ends, a dream falls apart, illness arrives, and we whisper to ourselves, "This must be my karma. I must have done something wrong to deserve this." This belief creates a trap. Instead of meeting suffering with compassion, we meet it with shame. Instead of supporting ourselves in hardship, we punish ourselves even more. We start thinking not only I am in pain, but also it is my fault that I am in pain. This double suffering makes life unbearably heavy. But the Buddha never intended karma to be used this way. He never taught that pain is proof of punishment. He taught that pain arises when causes and conditions come together, sometimes from our own actions, sometimes from the actions of others, sometimes simply from the reality of being alive. Rain falls, storms come, accidents happen, illnesses arise. Not everything is your karma. Some things are simply life. Karma as a doorway, not a jail. When karma is misunderstood as punishment, it becomes a jail. It makes us believe that we are chained to our past forever, doomed to repeat mistakes, forever paying for what we once did. But when karma is understood correctly, it becomes a doorway. It tells us that every moment holds new possibility. Why? Because karma is not fixed. It is alive. It shifts with intention. Every breath you take, every choice you make, every word you speak has the power to create new patterns. You are not condemned to live in yesterday's mistakes. You are invited to plant new seeds today. If you have acted with ignorance in the past, you are not doomed. The moment you recognize it, the moment you choose differently, you begin to create a new direction. This is the freedom of karma. It does not chain you. It gives you power to begin again. The importance of intention. One of the most important aspects of karma is intention. Two people can do the same thing, but create very different karmic effects because their intentions are different. For example, one person might speak sharply out of hatred, while another might speak firmly out of love to protect someone. The action may look similar on the outside, but the karma is not the same, because intention carries energy. This is why guilt is such a poor teacher. Guilt makes you believe you are permanently stained by your past. But the Buddha's teaching on karma reminds us that what truly matters is your present awareness. The question is not, how bad was I then? The question is, what is my intention now? When you understand this, you realize that every moment is alive with possibility. You no longer see yourself as chained to mistakes. You see yourself as capable of planting new seeds with each choice, breaking the myth of punishment. Let us say this clearly. Karma is not punishment. Karma is not revenge. Karma is not the universe waiting to hurt you for being imperfect. Karma is cause and effect. That's all. If you touch fire, it burns. If you touch water, it cools. This is not because the universe loves or hates you. It is simply the nature of fire and water. In the same way, when you act with ignorance, the effect can bring suffering. When you act with compassion, the effect can bring peace. But this is not moral judgment. It is not divine punishment. It is the flow of energy in the great web of life. When you see this clearly, you no longer need to fear karma. You can respect it. You can work with it. You can learn from it. Most importantly, you can stop using it as a weapon against yourself. Shifting from fear to freedom. If you have ever thought, everything bad happens to me because of my karma, I invite you to pause, feel the weight of that belief. Notice how heavy it makes your body feel. Notice how small it makes your heart feel. Now ask yourself, What if this suffering is not punishment? What if it is simply life unfolding? What if karma is not here to hurt me, but to teach me? When you begin to see karma as a teacher instead of a jailer, your whole relationship with life changes. You stop fearing joy. You stop waiting for punishment to fall whenever something good happens. You stop believing you are unworthy of peace. Instead, you start to trust that your actions matter, your intentions matter, and that you always have the chance to begin again. Compassionate karma. There is a phrase often forgotten in Buddhist practice. Karma is compassionate. This means that karma is not here to destroy you. It is here to wake you up. When you suffer, it is not a cosmic punishment. It is life showing you that something needs attention. It is an invitation to see more clearly, to act more wisely, to live with more awareness. This is why guilt is unnecessary. You don't need to punish yourself in order to grow. You only need to listen. Pain itself is enough of a teacher. You don't need to add shame on top of it. When you start to understand this, self-forgiveness becomes possible, because you realize, I am not being punished by karma. I am being guided by it. I am not being chained to the past. I am being invited to live more fully in the present. A gentle reminder. So let this be your gentle reminder. Karma is not a cosmic courtroom. It is not a scale of guilt. It is not a sentence of eternal punishment. Karma is simply cause and effect. It is the ripples of your choices moving through the ocean of life. And the beauty of it is this: you can always create new ripples. You can always plant new seeds. You can always begin again. So the next time you feel tempted to say, "This must be my karma," pause. Instead of using karma as a weapon, let it be a mirror. Ask, what can I learn here? What intention do I want to carry forward? What seed do I want to plant now? In that shift, karma stops being a source of fear and becomes a source of freedom. Closing reflection. For too long, many of us have mistaken karma for punishment. We have used it as a way to explain our pain, but also as a way to keep ourselves trapped in guilt. Tonight, let yourself release that misunderstanding. Karma is not here to make you afraid. It is here to remind you that your life has power. Your choices matter. Your intentions matter. And no matter what has happened in the past, you can begin again. So, take a breath. Feel the air fill your lungs. This breath itself is a new karma. This moment itself is a new seed. Let it remind you that the past does not own you. You are free to choose again, here, now, always. Karma as energy, not judgment. How intention shapes freedom. When people think of karma, they often picture a judge with a long memory, keeping track of everything they have ever done. They imagine a cosmic scoreboard where every mistake is marked against them and every kindness is weighed on the other side. It feels like a spiritual courtroom where the verdict is always hanging over their heads, guilty or innocent, worthy or unworthy. But this image is not the true essence of karma. It is a misunderstanding shaped by fear, not clarity. Karma is not judgment. Karma is energy. It is the living current that flows through your thoughts, words, and actions. It is not a system of punishment. It is the natural movement of cause and effect, the way one moment gives birth to another. When we see karma as judgment, we shrink in fear. But when we see karma as energy, we realize how much freedom we actually have. Karma as energy in motion. Think for a moment about the energy you carry when you wake up in the morning. If you wake up heavy with resentment, everything in your day feels heavier. Every conversation feels tense. Every small frustration feels bigger than it is. That resentment is a kind of karma. It colors your actions, your words, and even the way people respond to you. Now imagine waking up with gratitude. You feel thankful for breath, for life, for the chance to begin again. That gratitude becomes your energy, and it moves with you. It makes you more patient with others, more open to joy, more resilient when challenges arise. That too is karma, not as judgment, but as energy shaping the quality of your experience. In this way, karma is not something waiting for you in the distant future. It is here, alive in this moment. It is the way your energy flows into the world and how that energy ripples back to you. The role of intention. The Buddha emphasized that karma is not merely about what you do, but why you do it. It is not the outward action alone that matters, it is the intention behind the action. Imagine two people giving money to someone in need. One gives out of genuine compassion, wishing to ease suffering. The other gives out of guilt, wanting to feel less ashamed. On the outside, the actions look the same, but the energy they carry is very different. Compassion plants seeds of connection, while guilt plants seeds of heaviness. This is why intention is so powerful. It means you are never trapped by appearances. Even if your action does not unfold perfectly, if your intention was rooted in kindness, it carries light. And even if your action looks generous on the outside, if your intention is self-serving, it carries weight. Karma is not about appearances, it is about energy, and energy begins with intention. Judgment versus energy. When you see karma as judgment, you live in fear. You think, every mistake I make will be held against me. Every failure proves I am bad. This creates paralysis. You become afraid of acting at all because you are so worried about being judged. But when you see karma as energy, you live in freedom. You realize what matters is not perfection, but awareness. What matters is not being flawless, but being sincere. You stop worrying about the cosmic scoreboard. You start paying attention to your own heart. Energy is flexible. It shifts with awareness. The moment you recognize your intention, you are already transforming the karma of that moment. Judgment freezes you in guilt. Energy invites you into movement, into possibility, the freedom of beginning again. One of the most beautiful truths of karma is that it is never final. You are not bound forever by what you once did. The past carries energy, yes, but every new moment carries the power to shift it. Think of water flowing down a mountain. At first, it may carve a narrow path. The longer it flows that way, the deeper the channel becomes. That is how habits form. But water is not stuck. If you guide it gently, it can carve a new path. With time, the old channel dries up, and the new one grows stronger. Your life works the same way. Old intentions may have created grooves of suffering, but every new choice is a chance to redirect the flow. You are never frozen in one pattern. You can always begin again. This is the true freedom of karma. Compassion toward yourself. Seeing karma as energy also changes the way you relate to your mistakes. If you believe karma is judgment, Every mistake feels like proof that you are bad. But if you see karma as energy, you realize that mistakes are simply moments of misdirected energy. They are not permanent stains. They are lessons in how energy flows. Instead of punishing yourself, you can ask, what was my intention? What energy was I carrying? What did I believe in that moment? With this reflection, you begin to see your actions not as evidence of failure, but as opportunities for learning. And with compassion you can say, that was the energy I carried then, but I am free to carry something different now. The power of small intentions. We often think that only big choices shape karma, but in truth, the small intentions of daily life carry immense power. The way you speak to yourself in the morning, the way you look at a stranger, the way you breathe when you are frustrated, each of these moments plants a seed. When your intention is gentle, even in small things, the energy begins to shift. You do not need dramatic gestures of goodness to create freedom. A soft word, a mindful breath, a single act of patience, all of these ripple out in ways you cannot see. Karma is not about being perfect. It is about being present. And presence always begins small, transforming fear into freedom. Many people fear karma because they imagine it as a weight hanging over them, a record of their failures. But when you see karma as energy, fear softens into freedom. You realize you are not defined by what you once carried. You are defined by what you choose to carry now. Energy moves, intention shapes it, awareness directs it, and compassion heals it. This is why the Buddha invited his followers to live with mindfulness. Because when you are aware of your intentions, you are free. You are no longer living unconsciously, repeating the same old grooves. You are consciously planting seeds that align with the life you wish to live. A living practice. Understanding karma as energy is not just an idea, it is a practice. Each day you can pause and ask, what energy am I carrying right now? What intention is shaping my words, my actions, my choices? Does this energy lead toward freedom or toward suffering? You don't need to get it right all the time. Even asking the question changes the flow. Even pausing for one mindful breath is a new seed. Over time, these small shifts gather power. Your energy begins to lighten, your intentions begin to soften, and you realize that freedom was never far away. It was always in the way you choose to move through each moment. Closing reflection. Karma is not judgment. It is not a cosmic scorecard. It is not the weight of eternal guilt pressing down on you. Karma is energy. It is the living current of intention shaping your life. When you see this clearly, you no longer need to punish yourself. You no longer need to live in fear. You begin to trust the simple truth. Every intention matters, and every moment is a chance to begin again. So tonight, as you rest, let this truth settle into your heart. You are not chained to your past. You are not defined by your mistakes. You are a being of energy, alive in this moment, capable of choosing again. Breathe softly, plant new seeds, carry intentions of kindness, compassion, and honesty. Watch as your energy shifts, and with it, the story of your life. This is the freedom of karma, not judgment, but possibility, not fear, but choice, not punishment, but presence. And in this freedom, you will find the beginning of peace, Fear-based spirituality versus compassionate awakening. For centuries, human beings have turned to spirituality in search of meaning, healing, and peace. But too often, the path that was meant to set us free has been reshaped into a tool of fear. Instead of opening our hearts, it has closed them. Instead of softening us, it has hardened us. Instead of teaching us how to love ourselves, it has convinced us that we are never enough. This happens when spirituality becomes rooted in fear. Fear of punishment, fear of divine anger, fear of not measuring up, fear of being cast out. And when fear is the foundation, every practice becomes heavy. Every ritual becomes a duty. Every prayer becomes a desperate plea to be spared. But true awakening, as the Buddha taught, is not built on fear. It is built on compassion. Compassion for yourself, compassion for others, compassion for all living beings. Compassionate awakening does not make you smaller. It helps you expand. It does not chain you with guilt. It frees you with clarity. The nature of fear-based spirituality. Fear-based spirituality is easy to recognize because it always has the same flavor: control. It tries to control your behavior by threatening you with consequences. It tells you that if you are not perfect, you will be punished. It convinces you that the universe is watching like a strict parent, ready to discipline you for every mistake. This kind of spirituality thrives on shame. It whispers, "You are not worthy unless you earn it. You must prove your goodness. You must atone endlessly. You must never let your guard down." The result is exhaustion. Instead of feeling nourished, you feel drained. Instead of feeling closer to truth, you feel further away. You become afraid of your own humanity, afraid to make mistakes, afraid to admit weakness, afraid to be real. But here is the truth. Fear may control behavior for a while, but it cannot transform the heart. Fear can silence you, but it cannot awaken you. The spirit of compassionate awakening. Compassionate awakening looks very different. It begins not with fear, but with presence, not with shame, but with honesty, not with judgment, but with tenderness. The Buddha never said that to be worthy you must be flawless. He said only, be aware, be kind, begin again. In that teaching, there is no punishment. There is only invitation. You are invited to wake up to your life. You are invited to see clearly where you are causing harm. You are invited to shift toward greater compassion. And if you stumble, you are invited to begin again. This is the heart of compassionate awakening. No matter how many times you fall, you can always rise. No matter how many times you forget, you can always return. No matter how many times you judge yourself, you can always choose kindness instead. The difference between fear and compassion. The difference between fear-based spirituality and compassionate awakening is subtle but profound. Fear says, if I don't do this, I will be punished. Compassion says, if I do this with awareness, I will suffer less. Fear says, I am unworthy unless I earn love. Compassion says, I am already worthy of love, and because of that, I want to live wisely. Fear says, I must be perfect, or I am nothing. Compassion says, I will never be perfect, but I can always be sincere. Do you feel the difference in your body as you read these? Fear tightens your chest. It makes you smaller, anxious, and defensive. Compassion relaxes you. It opens your breath. It softens your heart. That is the measure of truth. What opens you, not what closes you. Why fear cannot awaken you. Imagine trying to plant a garden in poisoned soil. No matter how carefully you water the seeds, they will never grow strong. This is what happens when fear is the soil of your practice. You may meditate, you may chant, you may study, but if you are doing it out of fear, fear of not being good enough, fear of punishment, fear of failure, your practice will never blossom into freedom. Fear narrows awareness. It makes you look only at danger. It keeps you on guard. And awakening requires openness. It requires the courage to see things as they are, even when they are uncomfortable. Fear cannot give you that courage. Only compassion can. Compassion as the foundation of growth. When compassion is the soil of your practice, everything changes. You no longer meditate to prove your worth. You meditate because it feels like kindness to your body and mind. You no longer give to others because you are afraid of bad karma. You give because your heart recognizes their suffering as your own. You no longer avoid mistakes because you fear punishment. You pause because you know awareness creates less harm. Compassionate awakening is not about being above your humanity. It is about embracing it with honesty. It says, yes, I will make mistakes. Yes, I will forget myself sometimes. But I can always return. I can always choose again. I can always meet myself with care, and slowly, this practice of returning again and again begins to transform you, not with force, but with gentleness, healing the wounds of fear. Many of us were raised in fear-based systems, so moving toward compassion can feel strange at first. You may find yourself asking, if I stop being hard on myself, won't I just fall apart? If I stop fearing punishment, what will keep me on the right path? The answer is simple: love. Compassion itself becomes your guide. When you truly care for yourself and others, you naturally want to avoid harm. You naturally want to live with integrity. You no longer need fear to control you, because love has already transformed you. It is like guiding a child. Fear says, if you do this wrong, you will be punished. Compassion says, I know you will make mistakes, but I will stay with you. I will help you learn. I will remind you of your strength. Which one truly helps the child grow? Which one truly helps you grow? The courage of compassion. Some people believe compassion is weakness. They think being soft means being naive, or that forgiveness means excusing harm. But compassion is not weakness. Compassion is courage. It takes courage to face your own pain with tenderness instead of denial. It takes courage to forgive yourself when it would be easier to keep punishing. It takes courage to meet others with kindness even after you have been hurt. Fear is reactive. It lashes out, it hides, it controls. Compassion is responsive. It sees clearly, it softens, it chooses wisely. That is the essence of awakening, not fear, but freedom born of compassion. Choosing compassion over fear. So how do you move from fear-based spirituality to compassionate awakening? You begin simply. When you notice that you are practicing out of fear, pause, breathe, ask yourself, what would compassion look like in this moment? If you are meditating because you fear being unworthy, shift your intention. I am meditating because my heart deserves peace. If you are giving to someone because you fear bad karma, Shift your intention. I am giving because I want to ease suffering. If you are judging yourself harshly because you fear failure, shift your intention. I am learning. I am growing. I deserve patience. Over time, this shift becomes natural. Fear loosens its grip. Compassion becomes the rhythm of your life. Closing reflection. Fear-based spirituality has told you for too long that you must earn love, that you must suffer to grow, that you must live in fear to stay on the path. Tonight, let that belief fall away. The Buddha did not ask you to live in fear. He asked you to live with awareness. He asked you to wake up with compassion for yourself, for others, for all beings. He asked you to see that love is a greater teacher than fear could ever be. So take a breath. Place your hand on your heart. Whisper softly to yourself, I do not need fear to guide me. I choose compassion. I choose awareness. I choose to begin again. In that choice, you are already free. Reframing your past with Buddhist clarity. Each of us carries a past. Some moments shine with joy and love. Others feel heavy with regret and shame. Too often, we look at our past as if it were carved in stone, a permanent record of who we are and who we will always be. We replay our mistakes, believing they define us. We hold on to old wounds, convinced they cannot be healed. But Buddhism offers us a different lens. It teaches that the past is not fixed. It teaches that we are not prisoners of our mistakes. It teaches that clarity, not guilt, is what transforms how we relate to what has been. By reframing your past through Buddhist clarity, you can move from shame to understanding, from punishment to growth, from fear to freedom. The illusion of a fixed past. When you think about your past, what comes to mind first? Many people immediately remember the things they wish they could undo. The harsh words spoken in anger, the opportunity missed, the choice made from fear. These memories rise with such force that they seem unchangeable, as if they carry eternal weight. But here is the truth. The past exists only as memory. It is not alive in this moment except through the story you tell yourself about it. And the story is not fixed. It shifts depending on your perspective, your awareness, your compassion. Think of how you once judged yourself harshly for something, but years later you saw it differently. You realized you were young, confused, scared, or doing the best you could. Nothing in the external past changed, but your relationship to it transformed. That is the power of clarity, karma, and memory. The Buddha taught that karma is rooted in intention, not in punishment. This applies to the past as much as to the present. When you look back, instead of asking, "What is wrong with me?" ask, "What was my intention then? What was I trying to do, even if I failed?" Maybe you spoke harshly because you were hurting. Maybe you withdrew because you were afraid. Maybe you made choices out of confusion, not cruelty. Seeing the intention does not erase the action, but it softens the shame. It allows you to recognize your humanity instead of condemning yourself as broken. Memory, in this way, becomes a teacher. It does not need to be a prison. You can learn from the energy that shaped you without chaining yourself to the judgment that paralyzes you. Impermanence and the past. Another core Buddhist teaching that reframes the past is impermanence. Everything changes. The person you were 5 years ago no longer exists. The version of you who made that mistake, who spoke those words, who carried that pain, Where are they now? They have already changed 1,000 times. If the self is not fixed, then your past is not fixed either. You are not the same person you once were. You do not need to keep punishing today's self for yesterday's choices. You can honor the lessons while releasing the weight. You can carry wisdom without carrying shame. Impermanence means your past is not a prison, it is soil. And from that soil, new growth is always possible. The teaching of non-self, anatta, goes even deeper. It tells us that there is no permanent, unchanging you to hold all the mistakes of the past. The self you cling to is a story made up of thoughts, feelings, and memories, all of which are constantly shifting. When you say, "I am a failure," or "I am unworthy," you are turning a moment into an identity, but in truth, there is no fixed self to carry such labels. You are not your worst day. You are not your darkest mistake. You are the awareness that sees these stories arise and fade. Through the lens of non-self, your past loses its grip. If the you who acted then no longer exists, why keep punishing the you who lives now? Reframing regret. Regret can be one of the heaviest burdens of the past, but regret itself is not the enemy. In Buddhism, regret can be transformed into a gentle teacher. When regret arises, you can meet it with two paths, judgment or clarity. Judgment says, "I was terrible, I will never be good enough." Clarity says, "I see now what I could not see then. I understand more deeply. I can choose differently next time." The first path closes the heart. The second opens it. Both are possible in the same memory. The difference is how you hold it. With guilt, regret imprisons you. With clarity, regret guides you. Forgiveness as understanding. Forgiveness is not about pretending the past never happened. It is about seeing it clearly, with compassion. When you forgive yourself, you are not excusing harm. You are acknowledging that you acted from the limits of your awareness at that time. You are recognizing that confusion, fear, and ignorance shaped you, as they shape us all. This understanding is the foundation of forgiveness. You are not saying, "It didn't matter." You are saying, "It mattered, and I see it now. But I will not keep hurting myself forever for something that is already gone." Forgiveness in this sense is clarity in action, a practice for reframing the past. Here is a gentle practice to help you reframe your past with Buddhist clarity. Choose a memory that feels heavy. Pause and breathe. Feel the body soften. Do not rush. Name the memory gently. This is regret. This is sadness. This is guilt. Ask about intention. What was I trying to do in that moment? What fear or need was guiding me? Offer compassion. Place your hand on your heart. Whisper, "I see you. You were confused. You were hurting. You were trying to survive. I forgive you." Release. Imagine the memory dissolving into the flow of impermanence. Let it drift away like smoke. This practice does not erase the past. It reframes it. It turns a wound into a teacher. It turns shame into compassion, living beyond the past. The greatest gift of reframing your past is that it frees you to live more fully in the present. When you stop carrying every mistake like a stone, you become lighter. You begin to trust yourself again. You begin to see that you are not your history. You are your capacity to awaken in this moment. The Buddha often said that the past is already gone. The future is not yet here. Only the present is real. When you let go of the past with clarity, you begin to live in the only place where freedom is possible. Now, closing reflection. Your past does not define you. Your mistakes do not imprison you. Your regrets do not determine your worth. These are only memories, and memories shift with awareness. Through Buddhist clarity, through the teachings of karma, impermanence, and non-self, you can reframe your past. You can see your old choices not as permanent stains, but as lessons. You can recognize that the person you were no longer exists. You can forgive not because you deny, but because you understand. So tonight, let yourself rest. Whisper softly to your heart, I am not my past. I am the awareness that learns, that grows, that begins again. In that whisper, you step out of the prison of shame and into the freedom of clarity. And from that freedom, you will see your past not as a chain, but as soil from which compassion, wisdom, and awakening can grow. You are not your past mistakes. Every human being carries memories of moments they wish had unfolded differently. Words spoken in anger, choices made from fear, opportunities missed because of hesitation or confusion. These moments replay in the mind, like scenes from a movie we wish we could rewrite. And with each replay, we quietly tell ourselves, this is who I am. I am the sum of my mistakes. I am the harm I caused. I am my worst day. But this is not the truth. You are not your past mistakes. You are not frozen in the identity of your lowest moments. You are not defined by the times you fell short. You are something far greater, far softer, far freer than any single action you have ever taken. Buddhism invites us to look at the past with clarity. It teaches us that the self is not a fixed thing, that each moment is fresh, alive, unfolding, that the you who made that mistake is not the you who breathes here now. When you see this, the grip of shame begins to loosen, and the possibility of forgiveness opens. The burden of identification. When you carry guilt for too long, it transforms from memory into identity. Instead of saying, I made a mistake, you start saying, I am a mistake. Instead of recognizing one moment of harm, you label yourself as harmful. This identification is the root of much suffering. The mind wants certainty, even if that certainty is painful. So it clings to labels. I am selfish, I am unworthy, I am broken. But labels are not truth. They are shortcuts the mind creates when it forgets the deeper reality that everything changes, including you. The problem with identifying as your mistakes is that it leaves no room for growth. If you believe you are selfish, why bother trying to be kind? If you believe you are broken, why bother trying to heal? Identity freezes you in shame. Awareness frees you to change. The teaching of non-self. The Buddha taught anatta, or non-self, the understanding that there is no permanent, unchanging you. What you call yourself is a collection of shifting elements, thoughts, feelings, memories, sensations, habits. All of them arise and pass, moment by moment. Think of the you from 10 years ago. Are they the same as the you today? Your body has changed. Your thoughts have changed. Your experiences have reshaped you. If you are honest, you can see that the past self no longer exists. This means the self who made that mistake also no longer exists. That version of you is gone. What remains is the lesson, not the identity. When you cling to the idea that you are your mistakes, you are fighting against the truth of impermanence. Non-self does not mean you deny responsibility. It means you hold responsibility without turning it into a permanent label. You can say, yes, I acted from confusion then. I see it clearly now. I choose differently today. That is wisdom. That is compassion. Mistakes as teachers. What if your mistakes are not proof of your unworthiness, but evidence of your humanity? What if they are not permanent stains, but teachers pointing you toward clarity? Every mistake carries information. The harsh word teaches you about the power of speech. The missed opportunity teaches you about fear. The broken relationship teaches you about attachment, about vulnerability, about longing. Mistakes do not need to be repeated endlessly in shame. They need to be understood. And once they are understood, they lose their power to define you. They become part of your path, not the prison of your identity. The weight of shame. Shame tells you, you are your mistakes. You will never be free. But shame itself is not truth. Shame is a reaction, an emotional weight born of misunderstanding. Think of shame as a shadow. It follows you when you carry the belief that you are permanently tied to your past. But when you shine the light of awareness, the shadow begins to dissolve. You realize shame was never reality. It was a story, a habit of mind. The Buddha did not ask you to drown in shame. He asked you to wake up, to see your actions clearly, to recognize the harm, but also to recognize your capacity for change. Shame freezes, awakening moves. Forgiveness as freedom. Forgiving yourself does not mean pretending nothing happened. It means acknowledging your mistake without letting it define you. It means saying, yes, I stumbled. Yes, I caused harm. But that is not the whole of me. That is not the end of my story. Forgiveness is a recognition of impermanence. It is an understanding that you are not bound forever by one moment. You are alive, breathing, growing. You are capable of choosing differently now. When you forgive yourself, you free yourself from the prison of identity. You stop being the mistake and return to being the awareness that learns from it. A practice of release. Here is a gentle practice for loosening the grip of past mistakes. Sit quietly and bring to mind a mistake that still weighs on you. Name it softly. This is regret. This is guilt. This is shame. Acknowledge intention. In that moment, I was confused. I was afraid. I was limited. Offer compassion. Place your hand on your heart. Whisper, I see you. I forgive you. You are not this mistake. Release into impermanence. Imagine the mistake dissolving like smoke, carried away by the wind of time. Repeat as often as needed. Each time, the weight softens a little more, living beyond your past. When you stop identifying with your mistakes, life opens again. You begin to see yourself not as a fixed story, but as a field of possibility. You start to trust joy again. You stop sabotaging yourself because you no longer believe punishment is waiting around the corner. You become more patient with others too. When you see that you are not your mistakes, you realize they are not theirs either. Compassion grows because you know firsthand the relief of being seen as more than your worst moments. Closing reflection. You are not your past mistakes. You are not defined by your lowest choices. You are not the labels shame has given you. You are the awareness that sees. You are the heart that learns. You are the presence that can always begin again. So tonight, let yourself rest. Whisper gently to yourself, I am not my past. I am alive now. I can choose again. In that whisper, you step out of the prison of identity and into the freedom of awakening. And in that freedom, you will discover a truth far greater than shame could ever hold. You are not your mistakes. You are your capacity to grow, to love, to awaken again and again, without end. The self as a moving stream, nothing fixed. If you stand by a riverbank and watch the water flow, you will notice something simple yet profound. The water is never the same. Each moment, new currents move through. Each second, fresh water replaces what was there before. The river appears continuous, but it is never fixed. The Buddha often used this image to describe the self. What you call I is not a solid thing. It is a stream constantly flowing, constantly changing. Thoughts rise and fade. Emotions swell and soften. The body grows, ages, and shifts. Nothing stays still. Nothing is permanent. Nothing is fixed. And yet, most of us forget this truth. We cling to the idea that we are a fixed person with a fixed identity. We tell ourselves, I am this, I am always that, I will never change. This clinging is the root of much suffering, because when you believe you are fixed, your mistakes feel eternal, your pain feels permanent, your flaws feel unshakable. But when you see yourself as a moving stream, everything softens. You realize your identity is not a prison, it is a process. You are not frozen in your past. You are alive, flowing, unfolding. The illusion of solidity. The human mind craves certainty. It wants things to be solid and predictable. So it creates the illusion of a fixed self. It says, this is who I am. This is who I will always be. But look closely. Is that true? Are you the same person you were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, even 1 year ago? Your body has changed. Your beliefs have shifted. Your priorities are not the same. You are not frozen. You are alive. The problem comes when you forget this. When you glue your identity to one moment in time, you carry it like a heavy stone. You believe, I yelled at someone, therefore I am always angry. Or, I failed once, therefore I will always fail. But this is not clarity. This is clinging. Clarity sees the truth. You are a stream, not a stone. The flow of thoughts and emotions. Sit quietly for a moment and observe your thoughts. Watch how quickly they arise and pass. One thought comes, then another, then another. None of them last. They move like clouds across the sky. Now notice your emotions. Joy rises, then fades. Sadness comes, then softens. Fear grips you, then eventually loosens its hold. Every emotion has a beginning, a middle, and an end. They are not permanent. When you forget this, you start to believe, I am sadness, I am anger, I am fear. But when you see the flow, you realize, sadness is here, but it is not me. Anger is here, but it will pass. Fear is here, but it does not define me. This shift is powerful. It allows you to experience emotions without being consumed by them. You stop fusing your identity with every passing wave. You remember that you are the river, not the water that passes through. The body as a stream. Even the body, which seems solid, is a moving stream. Cells die and renew every day. Breath comes and goes. Blood flows. Muscles contract and release. The body is not frozen, it is alive, changing moment by moment. To cling to a fixed idea of the body, its youth, its strength, its appearance is to suffer, but to see the body as a stream is to find peace. You recognize its impermanence. You stop demanding it stay the same. You honor its flow instead of fearing its changes. Why seeing yourself as a stream matters? Seeing yourself as a stream has the power to release deep suffering. Here's why. Mistakes lose their permanence. If you are not fixed, then the you who made that mistake no longer exists. You can learn from the moment without being chained to it. Shame loosens. Shame thrives on the belief that you are permanently flawed. But when you see yourself as flowing, shame loses its grip. You realize flaws are passing states, not eternal truths. Hope grows. When you see that nothing is fixed, you recognize your capacity for change. You realize you are not trapped in old habits. You can redirect the stream with awareness and intention. This is liberation, not denial of the past, but freedom from clinging to it as permanent identity. The trap of fixation. Many people resist this teaching because they want something solid to hold on to. They think, if I am not fixed, who am I? If I am always changing, what is real? The answer is simple but profound. What is real is the flow. The only mistake is believing the flow should be frozen. When you fixate on being a certain kind of person, good, bad, worthy, unworthy, you trap yourself. You judge yourself harshly when you don't match the image. You punish yourself for not being consistent. But life is not consistent. It moves, it shifts, it surprises. To cling to fixity is to fight against the nature of reality. The Buddha's invitation is to let go of that fight, to let the stream flow, to stop clinging to labels and simply live in the movement of each moment. A practice of flow. Here is a simple practice to help you experience yourself as a moving stream. Sit quietly and bring your attention to your breath. Notice how each inhale is different from the last. Notice how each exhale is new. Say softly to yourself, this breath is here, now it is gone. Another breath comes, I am flowing. Bring awareness to your thoughts. Watch one thought arise and pass. Whisper, this thought is here, now it is gone. I am flowing. Do the same with emotions. This feeling is here, now it is gone. I am flowing. The more you practice, the more you experience directly that nothing in you is fixed. Everything moves. And in that movement, you find freedom, living as a stream. When you live with the awareness of flow, life becomes softer. You stop clinging so tightly to who you think you are. You stop labeling yourself in permanent terms. You stop punishing yourself for old versions of you that no longer exist. Instead, you begin to meet each moment fresh. You greet yourself with curiosity instead of judgment. You live with a kind of lightness, knowing that nothing is final, nothing is unchangeable. This does not make you careless. It makes you compassionate. Because when you see yourself as a stream, you also see others that way. You stop freezing them in your mind as their worst actions. You see their flow, their capacity to change, their potential to grow. Closing reflection. You are not a fixed thing. You are not a stone carved by your past. You are a stream, alive and flowing. Mistakes may ripple through your water, but they do not define the whole river. Pain may pass through, but it does not stop the flow. You are movement, possibility, renewal. So tonight, as you rest, whisper gently, I am flowing, I am alive, I am not fixed. Let that truth soften the grip of shame. Let it open you to forgiveness. Let it remind you that you are not bound by the past. You are carried by the stream of this moment, fresh and free. How identity traps fuel shame. One of the quietest but most powerful forces in our suffering is identity, the story we tell ourselves about who we are. Identity can feel comforting because it gives us something solid to hold on to. But when the identity we cling to is shaped by shame, it becomes a trap. It freezes us in painful narratives that we repeat for years, sometimes for a lifetime. Many people carry this trap without even realizing it. They wake up every morning under the weight of labels. I am broken. I am unworthy. I am the kind of person who always fails. These identities become so familiar that they feel like truth, but they are not truth. They are stories, stitched together by memory and emotion, held in place by fear. Buddhism invites us to see through these stories. It teaches that the self is not fixed, that identities are temporary constructions, not eternal realities. When you see this clearly, shame begins to loosen, because shame only makes sense when you believe in a solid you who is permanently bad. When the idea of a fixed identity falls apart, shame loses its foundation. The birth of identity. From a young age, we are told who we are. Parents, teachers, peers, all place labels on us. You are smart. You are difficult. You are lazy. You are kind. These labels are absorbed and repeated until they become internal voices. Over time, we begin to create a solid image of ourselves based on these judgments. Then, when we make mistakes, the labels deepen. One harsh word becomes, I am cruel. One failure becomes, I am worthless. One rejection becomes, I am unlovable. Slowly, these identities weave together, and we begin to believe that our worst moments define our entire being. This is the trap. Believing that temporary experiences prove permanent truths. Shame and the illusion of permanence. Shame thrives on the illusion of a fixed self. Shame whispers, that thing you did means you are forever this kind of person. And because we believe in permanence, we agree. But look closer. The person who made that mistake, where are they now? They are already gone. You have changed since then. Your awareness is different. Your choices can be different. The self who stumbled is not the same self who is breathing here now. When you realize this, shame begins to unravel. You see that your identity is not frozen, it is fluid. And if it is fluid, then no mistake can define you forever. The trap of negative identity. Sometimes shame hides not in guilt over specific actions, but in the adoption of a negative identity. People begin to describe themselves with painful certainty. I am a failure. I am always selfish. I am broken beyond repair. These identities may feel safer than facing uncertainty. If you already believe you are worthless, you no longer risk disappointment. If you already label yourself as broken, you no longer risk trying to heal. Negative identity can feel like protection, but it is actually a prison. The more you repeat these labels, the heavier they become. They shape your behavior, your relationships, your choices. You begin to live as if they are true, even though they were never reality. The Buddha's teaching on non-self. The Buddha's teaching of non-self, anatta, is the key to unlocking this prison. He taught that the self is not a fixed entity. It is a collection of changing processes, thoughts, feelings, perceptions, habits. None of these are permanent. None of these are you in the deepest sense. When you believe you are your shame, you are clinging to a false solidity. Non-self reveals that shame is simply a passing state, not your identity. It is like a storm passing through the sky. The storm feels overwhelming, but it does not define the sky itself. The sky remains open, vast, untouched. You are the sky. Shame is the storm. How identity fuels suffering. When you identify with your mistakes, you suffer twice. First, from the original action, and second, from the story you build around it. The action may have caused pain, but the identity keeps the pain alive. For example, you misspeak and hurt someone. That is one layer of suffering. But then you tell yourself, I am always careless. I am a terrible person. Now the suffering deepens. You are no longer holding one action, you are holding an entire identity. This is how identity fuels shame. It multiplies pain beyond what is necessary. It takes one moment and stretches it into a lifelong verdict. Breaking free from identity traps. So how do you step out of the trap of shame-based identity? You begin with awareness. Notice the labels. Pay attention to the way you speak to yourself. When you hear, I am always, or I am never, pause. Ask yourself, is this really true, or is it a story? Return to impermanence. Remember that no thought, no emotion, no action lasts forever. You are flowing like a stream. You are not fixed. Shift the language. Instead of saying, I am a failure, say, I failed in that moment. Instead of saying, I am cruel, say, I acted harshly then. This small shift moves you from identity to awareness. Offer compassion. Place your hand on your heart and say softly, I see you. You made a mistake, but you are not the mistake. Through practice, you begin to dismantle the identity. The labels lose their grip. Shame softens into understanding. The role of intention. Identity traps often ignore intention. You may judge yourself harshly for an outcome, even when your intention was sincere. But karma, as the Buddha taught, is rooted in intention. You might have acted out of fear, thinking you were protecting yourself. You might have spoken harshly because you were exhausted, not because you wanted to harm. Intention does not excuse the action, but it reshapes the story. It allows you to see the human behind the mistake. When you remember your intention, identity shifts. You no longer see yourself as permanently bad. You see yourself as human, sometimes wise, sometimes confused, always capable of growth. A gentle practice of identity release. Here is a practice to soften identity traps. Write down one label you often use against yourself. For example, I am unworthy. Breathe deeply and repeat the label softly. Notice how it feels in your body. Notice the heaviness it creates. Ask, is this label the whole truth? Who was I when this identity was formed? Am I the same person now? Replace the label with presence. Whisper, this is a passing story, not the truth of me. I am flowing. I am changing. I am alive. Repeat often, slowly, the grip of identity loosens, living without the trap. When you stop identifying with shame, you begin to live more freely. You no longer see yourself as broken, you see yourself as becoming. You no longer freeze others in their worst moments, you see their potential too. Life becomes lighter when you remember that nothing is fixed. The stories you once carried lose their weight. You stop clinging to painful labels. You start meeting each moment as it is, not as who you think you are. This is the gift of Buddhist clarity. It dissolves the prison of identity and opens the river of possibility. Closing reflection. Identity can be a trap when it is built from shame. It convinces you that you are permanently broken, permanently unworthy. But this is not truth. This is only clinging to stories. You are not your labels. You are not your worst day. You are not your shame. You are a moving stream, alive, flowing, ever-changing. So tonight, let yourself whisper softly, I am not this story. I am not fixed. I am flowing. I am alive. I am free. In that whisper, the trap begins to break. And what remains is clarity, compassion, and the spacious freedom of awakening, shifting from I am bad to this was a moment. There is a world of difference between saying I am bad and saying this was a bad moment. The first statement defines your entire being by one action. The second recognizes that a single event does not equal the whole of you. Yet many of us live trapped inside the first belief. Every mistake, every moment of weakness, every failure becomes proof of identity. Instead of seeing it as one passing event, we label ourselves permanently. I am careless. I am selfish. I am broken. These words sink deep into the heart, and over time, they become heavy chains. But Buddhism invites us to see more clearly, to shift from identity to moment, to understand that actions arise from conditions and conditions change, to realize that one moment of ignorance does not define a lifetime of possibility. When you learn to shift from I am bad to this was a moment, shame begins to soften, compassion begins to grow, and freedom begins to open. The weight of self-judgment. Why do we so quickly define ourselves by our mistakes? Because the mind wants certainty. It wants to make sense of the pain. So when something goes wrong, it reaches for a simple conclusion. I am bad. That's why this happened. That explains everything. But this conclusion is not clarity, it is judgment. And judgment narrows our perspective. It blinds us to context, to intention, to change. It freezes us in shame. When you tell yourself, I am bad, you are not seeing clearly. You are reducing your entire being to one action. And when you believe it, you start living as if it were true. You expect failure. You sabotage joy. You withdraw from love. The story of I am bad becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, the power of perspective. Now imagine a different perspective. Imagine saying instead, that was a painful moment. That was a choice made from fear. That was an action I regret. Do you feel the difference? One view condemns your entire being. The other acknowledges the moment without erasing your worth. One closes the door on growth. The other opens it. This shift may sound small, but it changes everything. It moves you from identity to awareness. It allows you to hold the truth of the moment without turning it into the truth of your existence, karma, and intention. The Buddha taught that karma is not about punishment, but about intention. What matters is not just what you did, but why you did it. When you look back at a painful moment, ask, what was my intention? What was I trying to protect, to avoid, to gain? Often you will see that your action was not born from malice, but from confusion, fear, or limited awareness. This does not excuse harm, but it reframes it. It shows you that you are not inherently bad. You are human, shaped by causes and conditions. And humans, when they wake up, can choose differently. When you see your actions as moments shaped by conditions, instead of proof of identity, you begin to forgive yourself. You begin to soften. You begin to grow. The trap of always and never. Shame loves absolutes. It tells you, I always fail. I never get it right. I will always hurt people. I will never be good enough. But these absolutes are lies. No one is always or never anything. Life is too fluid, too alive, too full of possibility. These words are traps that freeze you in identity. When you catch yourself thinking in absolutes, pause. Ask, was that really always true? Or was it one moment? This question creates space. It reminds you that what happened was an event, not a permanent label. Compassion as the bridge. Compassion is what helps you make this shift. Without compassion, you will cling to judgment. You will keep saying, I am bad, because it feels safer than facing your vulnerability. But compassion whispers differently. It says, you are not bad, you are human. You are not broken, you are learning. You are not your worst moment, you are your capacity to grow from it. When you place your hand on your heart and offer compassion, you begin to loosen the grip of shame. You begin to remember that you are more than your mistakes. You are also your kindness, your courage, your longing to heal. A practice of reframing. Here is a practice to help you shift from I am bad to this was a moment. Bring to mind a memory that still feels heavy with shame. Notice the story you tell yourself. Is it I am bad or something similar? Pause and breathe. Place your hand on your heart. Whisper softly, this was a moment, not the whole of me. Reflect on the conditions. Ask, what was I feeling? What was I trying to protect? What fear or need shaped me then? Offer compassion. Say, I was confused, but I am learning. I was afraid, but I am growing. I was limited, but I am free to choose again. Repeat this whenever shame arises. Over time, the identity softens, and you begin to live in the spaciousness of awareness instead of the prison of judgment. Living with lightness. When you stop telling yourself, I am bad, life feels lighter. You no longer wake each day expecting punishment. You no longer sabotage joy because you believe you don't deserve it. You begin to meet each moment fresh, without dragging the weight of old labels. And when others stumble, you see them differently too. You realize they are not their worst actions either. They are streams of change, just like you. This perspective creates compassion, not only for yourself, but for the world around you. Closing reflection. Every mistake is a moment, not an identity. Every regret is an event, not a definition. Every painful choice is a lesson, not a permanent sentence. So tonight, let yourself release the heavy story of I am bad. Whisper softly, that was a moment. I am not that moment. I am alive now. capable of choosing differently. In that whisper, shame begins to dissolve, compassion begins to grow, and the freedom to live with clarity begins to open. You are not your worst moments. You are not your past labels. You are the awareness that can always return to the truth. Each moment is new, and you are free to begin again. Freedom in seeing yourself as changeable. One of the deepest misunderstandings we carry is the belief that we are fixed. We think of ourselves as solid, unmovable, forever defined by our past. If we once failed, we are a failure. If we once caused harm, we are a bad person. If we once carried fear, we are a coward. These labels press down like stones, convincing us that nothing can ever change. But this is not the truth. The truth is that you are alive, and life is change. Your body is changing in this very moment. Your thoughts are shifting with every breath. Your emotions rise and fade like waves. Nothing in you is permanent. Nothing in you is unchangeable, and this is where freedom lives. The moment you see yourself as changeable, you stop clinging to shame. You stop believing that your past defines you forever. You stop punishing yourself for who you once were, because you realize you are not that person anymore. The illusion of permanence. The human mind craves certainty. It wants to know exactly who we are and what will happen. So it creates labels and clings to them. I am this kind of person. I will always be this way. Even when the labels are painful, they feel safer than uncertainty. But permanence is an illusion. Life is motion. Identity is motion. The version of you who lived yesterday no longer exists. The version of you who made mistakes 5 years ago no longer exists. What remains is the memory, not the fixed self. When you forget this, you suffer. You carry your mistakes as if they were carved into your soul. You believe your shame will last forever. But when you remember impermanence, you see clearly. You are not trapped. You are not stuck. You are always becoming. The weight of old stories. Think of the stories you tell yourself about who you are. Maybe you say, I always sabotage myself. I never get it right. I am too weak to change. These stories feel heavy, but they are not the truth. They are habits of thought. They are grooves worn into the mind by repetition. When you repeat them often enough, they begin to feel like reality, but they are only stories, and stories can change. You can begin to tell yourself a new story, one that reflects impermanence. I am learning. I am growing. I am not the same person I once was. This shift in narrative is not denial. It is clarity. It is remembering that the self is a stream, not a statue. And in that stream, new directions are always possible. Karma and the power of choice. The teaching of karma reminds us that our lives are shaped by intention. Every thought, every word, every action plants a seed, and seeds grow into patterns. If you believe you are fixed, you stop planting new seeds. You let the old garden take over, even if it is full of weeds. But when you see yourself as changeable, you realize you can always plant something new. Maybe you once planted seeds of fear. Today you can plant seeds of courage. Maybe you once planted seeds of harshness. Today you can plant seeds of gentleness. Maybe you once planted seeds of ignorance. Today you can plant seeds of clarity. Each choice matters. Each intention matters. Each moment is alive with possibility. This is freedom. the freedom to begin again. Compassion as the key to change. Some people fear change because they think it means denying the past. But true change does not erase what was. It transforms how you carry it. When you look back with compassion, you see that the person you were was limited, yes, but also doing the best they could with the awareness they had. You can honor that person without clinging to them. You can thank them for surviving, for carrying you this far, and then gently release them. Compassion allows you to soften into impermanence. It allows you to change without shame. It allows you to say, I was different then, I am different now, I will be different tomorrow, and that is okay. The fear of change. Why do so many people resist change, even when they suffer? Because change feels uncertain. If you are no longer who you thought you were, who are you? If you let go of old labels, what will replace them? The mind fears this openness. It prefers a painful certainty to an unknown freedom. But the Buddha's teaching reminds us that uncertainty is not danger, it is possibility. Not knowing who you are is not a problem, it is liberation. When you stop clinging to fixed identities, you discover something lighter, something more spacious. You realize you do not need to be defined at all. You can simply be, and in being, you are free. A practice of embracing change. Here is a simple practice to help you experience freedom in impermanence. Sit quietly and bring to mind a mistake or label you carry. I am selfish. I am unworthy. I am broken. Notice how heavy it feels. Notice how your body reacts. Whisper softly, this was a moment, not the whole of me. Reflect. The self who acted then is gone. The self who sits here now is new. I am always changing. Place your hand on your heart and say, I release the old identity. I embrace the freedom of being alive now. Repeat as often as needed. Each time, the old identity loses its grip. Each time, the truth of impermanence grows stronger. Living in the freedom of change. When you see yourself as changeable, you live with more lightness. You no longer carry your past like a prison. You no longer fear the future as if it were fixed. You begin to live in the present, where real freedom exists. You also become more compassionate toward others. You stop freezing them in their worst moments. You stop labeling them forever. You see their capacity to change just as you see your own. This opens the door to forgiveness, patience, and connection. Life becomes less about proving who you are and more about discovering who you are becoming. Each moment becomes an invitation, not a judgment. Each breath becomes a new beginning. Closing reflection. You are not fixed. You are not frozen. You are not trapped in your past. You are alive, flowing, changing. Every breath shifts you. Every choice shapes you. Every moment carries new possibility. So tonight, let yourself release the old stories. Whisper softly, I am changeable. I am not bound by the past. I am free to begin again. In that whisper, you claim the deepest truth of Buddhism. Impermanence is not a curse, it is freedom. Because nothing is fixed, everything can be transformed. Because nothing is frozen, healing is always possible. You are not your past self. You are not your old labels. You are the living stream of change. And in that stream, freedom is always here. Why we can't just erase the past? Every person has memories they wish could be erased. words spoken that caused pain, choices that led to regret, times when fear silenced what the heart truly wanted to say. When we carry these memories, we often think the solution is to make them disappear. If only I could forget, if only I could erase this part of my past, then I would finally be free. But Buddhism teaches a gentler truth. You cannot erase the past, nor do you need to. The path to freedom is not found in forgetting, but in learning how to hold memory differently. Healing does not mean wiping the slate clean. It means seeing clearly, with compassion, so that the past no longer controls the present. Trying to erase the past is like trying to stop the ocean from carrying waves. Impossible, exhausting, unnecessary. What you can do is learn how to surf the waves instead of drowning in them. What you can do is meet the past with awareness so that it transforms from a chain into a teacher. The illusion of erasing. Why do we want to erase the past? Because we confuse memory with identity. We think, if I can forget what happened, maybe I can forget who I was. Maybe I can start over without carrying all this weight. But forgetting is not freedom. Forgetting is avoidance, and avoidance never truly heals. It buries the pain beneath the surface, where it grows roots in silence. You may not see it, but it shapes your choices, your relationships, your self-image. Erasing also denies the truth of impermanence. The past already is gone. You cannot go back to change it. What remains is memory. Memory cannot be erased, but it can be reframed. You can choose how you relate to it. You can choose whether it imprisons you or guides you. The nature of memory. Memory is not as solid as we think. It is not a perfect recording of the past. Each time you remember, your mind reconstructs the event. It adds emotion, perspective, interpretation. This means memory itself is fluid. It shifts with your awareness. When you carry shame, your memories feel sharp, heavy, unbearable. But when you meet them with compassion, the edges soften. You begin to see not just the pain, but the conditions, the humanity, the lessons. The event does not disappear, but the way it lives in you changes. You cannot erase memory, but you can transform your relationship with it. Why forgetting doesn't work. People try to forget in many ways. Some bury themselves in busyness. Others numb with substances, distractions, or constant noise. Some avoid places, people, or situations that might stir up old feelings. But forgetting never lasts. The mind has its own rhythm. Memories rise when they are ready, often when you feel safe enough to finally face them. Pushing them away only makes them return stronger. It is like holding a ball underwater. The harder you push it down, the more forcefully it pops back up. Healing requires gentleness, not force. Presence, not avoidance. Compassion, not denial. The Buddha's teaching on suffering. The Buddha taught that suffering arises not from what happens, but from how we relate to what happens. The same is true of the past. The pain does not come only from what occurred, it comes from the way we carry it. If you believe the past defines you forever, you suffer. If you believe the past must be erased before you can rest, you suffer. If you believe every memory is proof of your unworthiness, you suffer. But if you see the past as impermanent, if you recognize that the self who acted then is not the self who lives now, suffering softens. The memory remains, but its grip loosens. The past no longer defines the present. Reframing. instead of erasing. Instead of trying to erase the past, try reframing it. Reframing does not mean denying the pain. It means seeing it in a larger context. Instead of, "I failed because I am worthless," reframe, "I failed because I was afraid, but I am learning." Instead of, "I hurt someone because I am cruel," reframe, "I hurt someone because I was lost in my pain, but I can choose differently now." Instead of, "I stayed silent because I am weak," reframe, "I stayed silent because I was scared, but I am stronger now." Reframing allows you to honor what happened without letting it define you. It transforms memory into insight, regret into wisdom, pain into compassion. Compassion as the key. Compassion is what makes reframing possible. Without compassion, you will continue to judge yourself harshly. You will keep saying, "I must erase this to be okay." But compassion whispers differently. You don't need to erase, you need to embrace. You need to see yourself with softer eyes. When you place your hand on your heart and say, "I forgive you," the past does not vanish, but its sharpness fades. The weight lightens. The memory becomes a teacher instead of a punishment, a practice for meeting the past. Here is a gentle practice you can try. Sit quietly and bring to mind a memory you wish you could erase. Notice the emotions that arise. Allow them to be present without judgment. Whisper softly, "This is a memory. It does not define me. It is a moment, not my identity." Ask gently, "What was I feeling then? What fear or need shaped me?" Offer compassion. "I see you. You were struggling. You were limited, but you are not frozen in that moment. You are alive now, free to grow." With practice, the memory softens. It no longer haunts you. It becomes part of your story, but not the whole story. Living without erasure. When you stop trying to erase the past, you free yourself. You no longer waste energy fighting against memory. You no longer live in fear of being reminded. Instead, you meet the past with clarity and compassion. This does not mean the pain disappears overnight. Some memories will still hurt, but the hurt will not control you. You will be able to breathe with it, to hold it, to let it move through you. And slowly, what once felt unbearable will become bearable. You do not need to erase the past to be free. You need only to change your relationship with it. Closing reflection. The past cannot be erased, and it does not need to be. Forgetting is not freedom. Denial is not healing. Freedom comes from seeing clearly, from understanding that the self who acted then is gone, from reframing memory with compassion, from remembering that every moment is new, and you are always capable of beginning again. So tonight, when old memories rise, do not fight them, do not beg them to disappear. Instead, whisper gently, "You are just a memory. You do not define me. I am here now, alive, breathing, free to begin again." And in that whisper, the weight softens, the past becomes a teacher, and you step into the quiet freedom of the present moment. Meeting memory with presence. Memories rise like tides. Sometimes they come gently, like whispers from the past. Other times they crash like waves, heavy and overwhelming. They arrive without asking permission while you are trying to fall asleep. When you hear a familiar song, when you see a place that reminds you of another time. Some memories bring joy, others bring pain, and the painful ones often feel like intruders we wish would go away. Most people respond to painful memory in one of two ways: by running from it or by drowning in it. Running means pushing it away, pretending it never happened, numbing with distraction. Drowning means replaying it again and again, letting it define your worth, believing it proves you are unlovable. But Buddhism offers a third way: presence. Presence does not deny memory. Presence does not drown in memory. Presence meets memory with awareness, compassion, and breath. Presence allows you to hold the past without being held down by it. Why presence matters? When memory arises, the mind often reacts automatically. It clings or resists. Clinging means attaching to the story, repeating it until it consumes you. Resisting means pushing it away, which only makes it return stronger. Presence interrupts this cycle. Presence says, "This is a memory. This is what is here now." Instead of believing, "This memory defines me," you recognize, "This memory is an experience moving through me." That small shift creates space. And in that space, healing begins. Observing without identifying. One of the simplest yet most profound practices is to observe a memory without identifying with it. Instead of saying, "I am guilty," you say, "Guilt is here." Instead of saying, "I am broken," you say, "Sadness is here." This change in language reflects a change in awareness. You are not collapsing into the memory. You are witnessing it. You are the sky, and the memory is a cloud. You are the river, and the memory is a wave. When you observe without identifying, you reclaim your freedom. The memory may still be painful, but it no longer controls who you are. Breath as an anchor. When memory feels overwhelming, the body often reacts: tight chest, shallow breathing, clenched jaw. The nervous system believes the past is happening again. This is why breath is such a powerful tool. When you bring awareness to your breath, you remind the body, "I am here now. The memory is not happening again. I am safe in this moment." Each inhale is a returning. Each exhale is a release. Slowly, the body softens. The memory may still be present, but you are anchored in the here and now. Compassion toward the self who remembered. Memories often trigger self-judgment. You think, "Why am I still remembering this? Why can't I let it go? What's wrong with me?" But the fact that a memory arises does not mean you are failing. It means you are human. The mind remembers because it is trying to protect you. The body holds what has not yet been fully felt. Instead of judging yourself, you can meet the memory with compassion. Place your hand on your heart and whisper, "Of course this memory is here. Of course it still hurts. I will not abandon myself now." This compassion turns memory from an enemy into an opportunity for care. Memory as teacher. When you meet memory with presence, you begin to see it differently. You no longer ask, "Why won't this go away?" You begin to ask, "What is this memory teaching me? What is it asking me to see?" Sometimes memory teaches you about your limits, that you were afraid, overwhelmed, doing the best you could with what you knew. Sometimes memory teaches you about values that, even though you stumbled, your heart longs for: kindness, honesty, connection. Sometimes memory simply teaches you patience, that healing takes time, and it's okay to still be learning. The memory itself may never disappear, but its meaning can shift, and in that shift, you grow lighter. A gentle practice. Here is a practice for meeting memory with presence. Sit quietly. Allow a memory to arise naturally. Don't force it, name it softly. Say, this is sadness, this is regret, this is fear. Breathe with it. Inhale slowly, exhale gently. Remind your body you are here now. Offer compassion. Place your hand on your heart. Whisper, I see you. I will not abandon you. Release identification. Say, this is a memory, not my identity. This is a moment, not the whole of me. Repeat as often as needed. With practice, the memory may still arise, but it will feel less heavy. It will become something you can hold, not something that holds you. The fear of facing memory. Many people avoid presence because they fear the memory will be too strong. They worry, if I let myself feel it, I'll fall apart. If I face it, it will consume me. But presence is not about being overwhelmed. Presence is about pacing, gentleness, and care. You do not need to relive the memory. You do not need to dive into every detail. You only need to notice what arises and hold it with awareness. If a memory feels too heavy, you can step back. You can breathe. You can take breaks. Presence is not about force. It is about respect. Healing does not require rushing. It requires tenderness. Living with memory. When you stop trying to erase memory and start meeting it with presence, something shifts. You realize memory is not your enemy. It is part of your story, but not the whole story. It is one chapter, not the entire book. You begin to carry memory differently. Instead of hiding from it, you acknowledge it. Instead of drowning in it, you breathe with it. Instead of using it to punish yourself, you use it to deepen compassion for yourself and for others. Presence does not mean the past disappears. It means the past no longer defines the present. Closing reflection. Memory will rise again and again. You cannot control when it comes, but you can control how you meet it. You can meet it with fear, or you can meet it with presence. You can judge yourself, or you can offer compassion. So tonight, when a memory surfaces, pause, breathe, whisper softly, this is just a memory. I am here now. I can hold this with compassion. And in that moment, the memory softens, its grip loosens, and you discover that freedom is not about erasing the past. It is about meeting it with presence, one breath at a time. Breath as anchor when old pain rises. When old pain returns, it often feels as if the past is happening all over again. The body tenses, the chest tightens, the heart races, the mind spins into stories of guilt, shame, or fear. Even if the original event is long gone, the echoes remain, and in those moments, you may feel helpless, swept away by memories and emotions you cannot control. But there is a simple truth, always available, always steady: the breath. The breath is your anchor. It is the bridge between body and mind, past and present, fear and peace. When old pain rises, the breath reminds you that you are here, now. The memory may be loud, but the breath is louder if you choose to listen. The Buddha placed great importance on the breath, not as a technique to escape life, but as a way to enter it more fully. Through the breath, you learn to stay when your old habits tell you to run. Through the breath, you learn to soften when your instinct is to harden. Through the breath, you learn that even when pain rises, peace is still possible. Why breath matters? The breath is always here. You do not need to search for it. You do not need to earn it. It arrives freely, moment by moment, a gift of life. When pain rises, the mind often rushes into the past. Why did this happen? Why did I do that? Why can't I forget? Or it leaps into the future. What if it happens again? What if I never heal? The breath brings you back. Each inhale says, "This is now." Each exhale says, "This is here." The breath does not erase memory. It does not deny pain, but it gives you a place to rest while the storm moves through. It is the anchor that keeps you steady in the waves of old suffering. The physiology of breath. When you feel overwhelmed by memory, your nervous system often believes the danger is happening again. This is why your heart races, your muscles tighten, your breath shortens. Slow, conscious breathing signals safety to the body. It tells your nervous system, the danger is not here, you are safe now. As the body relaxes, the mind begins to soften too. You start to see the memory as memory, not as reality. This is not abstract spirituality, it is biology. The breath is the most direct way to shift the body out of fear and into calm. Breath as compassion. The breath is more than physiology, it is compassion in motion. Each inhale is a gift you give yourself. I am willing to stay. I am willing to meet this moment. Each exhale is a release. I do not need to carry this all at once. I can let go, even a little. When old pain rises, harshness often follows. You judge yourself. Why am I still stuck? Why can't I move on? The breath offers a softer voice. It says, you are still healing. You are still learning. This breath is enough for now. Through the breath, you practice kindness, not in words alone, but in rhythm, in presence, in the simple act of staying. A practice for anchoring. Here is a gentle practice for using the breath when old pain arises. Notice the pain. When memory surfaces, pause, acknowledge, this is pain, this is memory. Turn to the breath. Place one hand on your chest or belly. Feel the rise and fall. Inhale gently. Say silently, I am here. Exhale slowly. Say silently, I am safe. Repeat. Stay with the rhythm, even if thoughts return. Keep returning to the breath, again and again. At first, this may feel mechanical, but over time, it becomes a refuge. The breath becomes not just something you do, but a companion that holds you when the past feels too heavy. Meeting resistance. Sometimes, when you turn to the breath, resistance arises. The mind says, this won't help. This is too simple. My pain is too big. That is okay. Resistance is also part of the process. You do not need to fight it. Simply acknowledge, resistance is here. I will breathe anyway. Even one conscious breath matters. Even one pause interrupts the spiral of shame. Each breath is a seed, and seeds grow quietly, even if you cannot see them at first. Living with the anchor. The more you practice, the more natural it becomes to use breath as your anchor. Soon, it is not only in moments of old pain, but in daily life when frustration rises, when stress builds, when uncertainty feels overwhelming. The breath reminds you, I do not need to be consumed by this. I can pause, I can return, I can rest in this moment. Over time, the breath changes your relationship to pain. The memories may still come, but they no longer drag you under. They become waves you can ride instead of storms that sink you. The gift of simplicity. In a world full of complicated answers, The breath is profoundly simple. It does not ask you to be perfect. It does not demand hours of practice. It asks only that you return, one inhale, one exhale at a time. This simplicity is its strength. No matter where you are, no matter what memory arises, you have your breath, you have an anchor, you have a way to stay grounded in the present, even when the past feels heavy. Closing reflection. Old pain will rise, memories will return. This is part of being human, but you are not powerless. You are not doomed to drown in the past. You have the breath, you have an anchor. So when the storm comes, pause. Place your hand on your chest. Whisper softly, I am here. I am breathing. I am safe. And with each breath, the storm softens, the waves settle, and you remember the truth. You are not your past. You are not your pain. You are the awareness that breathes through it, steady, gentle, alive. Forgiveness without forgetting, remembering differently. Many people believe forgiveness means forgetting. They think, if I forgive myself or someone else, the memory should disappear, the pain should vanish, the past should feel erased. And when the memory still returns, they feel as though forgiveness has failed. But forgiveness is not forgetting. Forgiveness is remembering differently. It is learning to carry the past with compassion instead of shame, with wisdom instead of judgment, with tenderness instead of punishment. The Buddha never asked us to erase the past. He asked us to see it clearly, to see the causes and conditions that led to it, to understand it without clinging, without hatred, without fear. When you learn to remember differently, the past no longer binds you, it begins to guide you. The misconception of erasure. Forgiveness is often misunderstood because of the longing for relief. We want the pain to stop, so we imagine forgiveness will act like a delete button. But erasing is impossible. The past has already happened. What remains is memory, and memory is part of being human. If forgiveness depended on forgetting, it would never be possible. We would remain trapped, waiting for what can never come. True forgiveness is not about erasing it, is about transforming your relationship to what you remember. Remembering without judgment. Painful memories are sharp because they are wrapped in judgment. You look back and think, I was terrible, I ruined everything, I should have known better. Each time you recall the memory, you add more judgment, and the wound deepens. Forgiveness removes the judgment. It allows you to remember without stabbing yourself again and again. Instead of saying, I am bad, you say, I was human, I was limited, I was learning. The event is still there, but the meaning shifts. The memory no longer says, you are broken. It says, you are growing. The role of compassion. Compassion is what makes remembering differently possible. Without compassion, memory becomes a weapon. With compassion, memory becomes a teacher. When you look back with compassion, you ask, what was I going through? What was I feeling? What did I not yet understand? Suddenly, the past does not seem like proof of your unworthiness. It seems like a moment of confusion that now invites clarity. Compassion does not excuse harm, but it contextualizes it. It lets you see the self of the past as a struggling human, not a permanent villain. This shift opens the heart, making space for forgiveness. The practice of non-clinging. The Buddha taught that suffering arises from clinging to pleasure, to pain, to identity, to stories. Memory becomes suffering when you cling to it tightly, insisting it defines you. Forgiveness is the practice of loosening the grip. You do not throw the memory away. You hold it lightly, like a leaf floating on water. You allow it to be present without being the whole of you. This is remembering differently. The memory still exists, but it no longer controls you. It becomes part of the river, flowing, shifting, moving on. Forgiving others without forgetting. This truth also applies to others. Forgiving someone does not mean forgetting what they did. It does not mean pretending the harm never happened. It means seeing them in their humanity, in their confusion, in their impermanence. When you forgive, you do not erase responsibility, you release resentment. You stop carrying their actions as poison inside you. You remember what happened, but you remember with understanding, not with hatred. This does not mean you allow harm to continue. Boundaries are part of compassion. Forgiveness means you stop clinging to the wound as proof that you must remain bitter forever. A gentle practice of forgiveness. Here is a practice to help you remember differently. Bring to mind a memory that still feels sharp. Notice the judgment attached. I was bad. I was unworthy. I was cruel. Shift the language. Instead of I am bad, say, I was struggling. I was afraid. I was learning. Breathe with the memory. Place your hand on your heart. Whisper, I see you. You are part of me, but you do not define me. Release clinging. Imagine the memory floating down a river, still present, but no longer clutched tightly in your hands. Over time, this practice transforms memory from punishment into wisdom. Living with forgiven memory. When you forgive without forgetting, life becomes softer. You no longer need to avoid the past. You no longer collapse into shame each time it returns. You begin to live with the truth that memory is not the enemy. It is simply part of your path. Forgiven memory becomes a reminder of compassion. Each time it arises, it whispers, you are growing, you are learning, you are more than this moment. Instead of fearing memory, you begin to welcome it. Not because it is pleasant, but because you trust your ability to hold it with gentleness. The freedom of remembering differently. The real freedom of forgiveness is not in forgetting, it is in remembering differently. It is in realizing that memory does not define you. It is in discovering that compassion can coexist with regret, that wisdom can coexist with pain. The past remains part of your story, but it no longer writes the ending. You do. Closing reflection. You do not need to erase the past to forgive. You only need to see it with softer eyes. Forgiveness is not about forgetting, it is about remembering differently. So tonight, when a painful memory arises, do not push it away. Do not drown in it. Instead, breathe. Place your hand on your heart. Whisper softly, this memory does not define me. I remember, but I remember with compassion. In that whisper, forgiveness becomes real. The memory remains, but its weight is gone. The past is still part of you, but it no longer chains you. It becomes a teacher, a reminder, a step on the path of awakening. And in that freedom, you discover the deepest truth. You are not your past. You are the awareness that remembers differently, with love. Gratitude for the lessons of memory. For much of our lives, we treat memory as an enemy. We fear its return, resist its weight, and beg it to leave us alone. Painful memories seem like chains that hold us back from peace. Yet, If we shift our perspective, we discover something unexpected. Memory is not only a burden, it can also be a teacher. Within memory are lessons, and within those lessons is the seed of gratitude. Gratitude for memory does not mean celebrating pain. It does not mean wishing harm had happened. It means recognizing that even the hardest moments can carry wisdom. It means acknowledging that your journey has shaped your compassion, your strength, your clarity. Gratitude arises not because the past was perfect, but because you can see it now with awareness, from resentment to gratitude. When a painful memory surfaces, the first reaction is often resentment. Why did this happen? Why did I do that? Why can't I just forget? Resentment keeps the wound raw. It keeps you fighting against what cannot be undone. Gratitude shifts the energy. Gratitude whispers, "This was hard, but it taught me something. This hurt, but it helped me grow. This scar remains, but it reminds me of my resilience." Gratitude does not erase pain, but it transforms the way you hold it. Instead of dragging the memory like a chain, you begin to carry it like a lantern, something that lights your path forward. Lessons hidden in memory. Every memory, even the painful ones, carries a lesson. A mistake may teach you humility, reminding you that no one is beyond error. A moment of fear may teach you compassion for others who hesitate too. A failure may teach you persistence, showing you the value of trying again. A broken relationship may teach you honesty, guiding you toward deeper connections in the future. The lesson is not always obvious at first. Sometimes it takes years before the wisdom becomes clear. But with presence and compassion, every memory can be reframed as part of your path. Gratitude as healing. When you approach memory with gratitude, the sharp edges soften. Instead of stabbing you, the memory becomes a reminder of growth. Gratitude turns regret into wisdom, shame into compassion, pain into depth. For example, instead of saying, "I wish that never happened," you begin to say, "That was painful, but it showed me my strength." Instead of saying, "I hate that version of me," you begin to say, "That version of me was lost, but they carried me here." This does not mean you glorify suffering. It means you honor the healing that has grown from it. Gratitude is the bridge that allows you to carry memory without being crushed by it. Practicing gratitude for memory. Here is a gentle practice you can try. Choose a memory that still feels heavy, but not overwhelming. Sit with it quietly. Let the details arise without judgment. Ask gently, "What did this teach me? What have I learned because of this? How has this shaped my compassion, my strength, my values?" Whisper gratitude. "Thank you for showing me. Thank you for teaching me. Thank you for shaping me, even through pain." Release softly. Imagine the memory turning into light, not to erase it, but to let it illuminate your path forward. Over time, gratitude transforms how memory feels inside you. What once seemed unbearable becomes workable. What once weighed you down becomes a source of guidance. The courage of gratitude. Gratitude for painful memories requires courage. It is easier to push them away, to deny them, to wish they never existed. But true healing comes from facing them directly, with compassion. Gratitude is the bravest response you can offer. It says, "I will not let this memory destroy me. I will let it shape me. I will not run from what happened. I will meet it with presence and transform it into wisdom." This courage does not mean you condone harm. It means you reclaim your power. You refuse to remain trapped in bitterness. You choose to rise, not by forgetting, but by remembering differently. Gratitude as compassion. When you feel gratitude for your own memories, you also begin to feel more compassion for others. You realize that everyone is carrying their own past, their own regrets, their own scars. You see that mistakes are part of being human, not proof of worthlessness. Gratitude softens judgment. It allows you to forgive more easily, to connect more deeply, to live with more patience. When you are grateful for your own lessons, you no longer demand perfection from others. You recognize the shared humanity that connects us all, living with gratitude for memory. When you live with gratitude for memory, life becomes richer. Even painful experiences are not wasted. Even mistakes become meaningful. Every part of your story becomes part of your growth. This perspective does not deny suffering, it transforms it. Instead of seeing your past as a collection of failures, you see it as a journey of awakening. Each memory, even the hard ones, becomes evidence of resilience, compassion, and possibility. You no longer fear memory. You welcome it as a teacher. You carry it not as a burden, but as a source of wisdom. Closing reflection. Memory will always be part of you. Some memories will make you smile, others will still sting. But all of them can teach you if you meet them with awareness. So tonight, when memory rises, whisper softly, "Thank you. Thank you for teaching me. Thank you for shaping me. Thank you for reminding me that I am still alive, still growing, still capable of love." Gratitude does not erase the past. It redeems it. It turns wounds into wisdom, scars into strength, pain into compassion. And in that gratitude you discover the deepest truth. Nothing is wasted. Every memory, every moment, every breath can be part of your awakening. Everything changes, even guilt. There are certain feelings that seem permanent. Guilt is one of them. When guilt settles into the heart, it feels like it will never leave. You wake in the morning, and it is there. You try to rest at night, and it whispers again. Days, months, even years can pass, and still the memory returns with the same sting. Guilt convinces you that it is eternal, that you will carry it forever. But Buddhism teaches a deeper truth. Everything changes. No thought, no emotion, no state of mind lasts forever. Not joy, not fear, not anger, and not guilt. Impermanence is the nature of all things. And when you begin to see guilt through the lens of impermanence, it loses its power. It stops feeling like a life sentence and begins to soften into something workable. The illusion of permanence. Why does guilt feel permanent? Because the mind clings. It takes a single event, a single choice, and stretches it across a lifetime. It says, "You did this, therefore you are this." This guilt will never end. The truth, however, is that guilt, like all emotions, arises, lingers, and passes. It may return again, but each time it does, it is not the same guilt. It is a new wave, shaped by present conditions. The problem is not that guilt arises. The problem is that we believe it must last forever. Seeing impermanence breaks this illusion. It reminds you that no emotion is fixed. Even guilt shifts and transforms when met with awareness. The nature of guilt. Guilt is not inherently harmful. In its healthy form, guilt is a signal. It shows you that you acted out of alignment with your values. It says, pay attention, learn from this, choose differently next time. But when guilt lingers without clarity, it becomes toxic. Instead of guiding you, it condemns you. Instead of pointing to a mistake, it defines your identity. Instead of passing through like a wave, it hardens into a wall. Buddhism teaches that the way to dissolve this toxic guilt is not by denying it or drowning in it, but by seeing it clearly as impermanent, by recognizing this is a feeling, not the truth of who I am. This is passing, not permanent. Impermanence in daily life. You already know impermanence through experience. Think of joy. You have had moments of deep happiness, yet they did not last forever. Think of sadness. You have cried until you thought the tears would never end, yet they did. Think of fear. You have trembled with anxiety, certain you could not handle it, yet the fear shifted. Guilt is the same. It may feel endless, but it is not. Each wave rises and falls. Each feeling moves through if you let it. Impermanence is not a theory. It is the nature of your own heart, the grip of resistance. Often, guilt lingers not because it is permanent, but because you resist it. You tell yourself, I should not feel this. I must get rid of it. In pushing it away, you paradoxically keep it alive. The more you resist, the more tightly it clings. Impermanence teaches you another way. Instead of resisting, you acknowledge. You say, guilt is here. It will not last forever. I can breathe with it. This softens the grip. The feeling still arises, but it flows more freely. It no longer becomes a permanent shadow, a practice of impermanence. Here is a practice to help you experience the impermanence of guilt. Sit quietly. Allow a memory of guilt to arise. Notice the sensations. Where does it live in the body? The chest, the stomach, the throat. Say softly, this is guilt. It is here now. Breathe gently. Inhale with awareness. Exhale with release. Whisper, this will pass. This is not permanent. This is not who I am. Stay for a few minutes. Notice how the intensity shifts, even slightly. This is impermanence at work. Guilt as teacher. When you remember that guilt changes, you no longer fear it. You can listen to it. You can ask, what is this guilt trying to show me? What value did I ignore? What choice can I make differently next time? In this way, guilt transforms from a life sentence into a teacher. It no longer says, you are bad. It says, you are learning. And once the lesson is understood, the guilt naturally begins to fade. Gratitude for change. There is freedom in realizing that nothing stays the same. Even your heaviest feelings are not permanent. Even your deepest regrets can soften. Even guilt, which once felt eternal, is only a wave. Instead of fearing its return, you can feel gratitude when it arises. Gratitude that you are aware. Gratitude that you are capable of learning. Gratitude that even this feeling will pass. Living with impermanence. When you see impermanence clearly, life becomes lighter. You stop clinging so tightly to guilt, shame, or regret. You realize, this is here now, but it will not stay forever. You stop believing every emotion is the final word. You stop defining yourself by passing storms. You also become more compassionate toward others. You see that their mistakes, too, are not permanent, that their anger, their fear, their ignorance are also passing states. This recognition softens judgment and opens the door to forgiveness. Closing reflection. Everything changes. The body changes. Thoughts change. Emotions change. Even guilt changes. So tonight, when guilt rises, pause, breathe, whisper softly, "This is not permanent. This is not who I am. This too will pass." In that whisper, the weight begins to lift, the chains of shame begin to loosen, and you discover the freedom of impermanence. You are not trapped, you are not frozen, you are alive, flowing, capable of beginning again. Pain as a wave, not a prison. Pain is part of being human. Physical pain, emotional pain, spiritual pain, they all arrive at different times in our lives, and when pain comes, it often feels endless. It feels solid, heavy, immovable, like a prison with no exit. You may find yourself thinking, "This will never end. I will always feel this way. I am trapped." But Buddhism offers a different perspective. Pain is not a prison. Pain is a wave. It rises, peaks, and falls. It comes and it goes. It moves through you, but it is not you. And when you begin to see pain in this way, you discover freedom, not because the pain disappears, but because you stop clinging to it as permanent. The experience of pain. Think of a time when pain felt overwhelming. Perhaps it was the grief of losing someone you loved. Perhaps it was the guilt of a mistake. Perhaps it was the fear of an uncertain future. In that moment, the pain filled your entire world. It seemed endless. But notice what happened. Over time, the intensity shifted. The grief softened. The guilt lightened. The fear transformed. The pain may still be present, but not with the same sharpness. What once felt eternal revealed itself as temporary. This is the truth. Pain is not fixed. It is moving energy. It is a wave. The prison of belief. Why does pain feel like a prison? Because the mind clings to it. When pain arises, the mind tells a story. This will last forever. I cannot escape. I am broken because of this. The story builds walls around the feeling, trapping you inside. But these walls are illusions. They are not built by reality, they are built by thought. The moment you recognize that pain is impermanent, the walls begin to crumble. You realize you are not trapped. You are simply standing in the middle of a wave, and waves always move on. Observing pain as a wave. One of the most powerful practices in Buddhism is to observe experiences as passing phenomena. Instead of saying, "I am in pain," you say, "Pain is here." This small shift creates space. It allows you to witness the wave instead of becoming it. Sit quietly the next time you feel pain. Notice where it lives in your body. Is it tightness in the chest? A heaviness in the stomach? A burning in the throat? Then remind yourself, this is a wave. It is rising now. It will fall later. By observing pain in this way, you stop feeding the illusion of permanence. You begin to trust the truth of impermanence, that everything, even suffering, moves. The breath and the wave. When pain rises, the breath becomes your anchor. Inhale gently, exhale slowly. Imagine each breath as a surfboard carrying you through the wave. You cannot stop the wave from coming, but you can ride it with steadiness. Each inhale says, "I am here." Each exhale says, "This will pass." Breath does not erase pain, but it reminds you of movement. It reminds you that you are not drowning, you are flowing. Pain as teacher. Pain is not only a wave, it is also a teacher. Every time you meet pain with awareness, you learn something about yourself. You learn your limits, your needs, your resilience. You learn what truly matters. You learn compassion for yourself and for others who also carry waves of suffering. If you try to deny or escape pain, you miss its lesson. But when you face it gently, you discover its wisdom. Pain teaches presence. It reminds you of impermanence. It opens your heart to compassion. A practice for meeting pain. Here is a practice you can use when pain feels overwhelming. Pause and acknowledge. Whisper, pain is here. Locate it. Notice where it lives in the body. Breathe with it. Inhale slowly. Exhale gently. Imagine the breath surrounding the pain with space. Reframe it. Say, this is not a prison. This is a wave. Wait with patience. Allow the wave to move through you without forcing it away. With practice, you will see that pain softens when it is met, not when it is denied. From resistance to surrender. Much of the suffering of pain comes not from the pain itself, but from resisting it. You tell yourself, I should not feel this. I cannot bear this. I need this to go away right now. This resistance tightens the wave, making it feel sharper, heavier, more unbearable. But when you surrender, when you allow the wave to rise and fall, you discover it is less powerful than you feared. The pain is still there, but it no longer controls you. You are riding it, not fighting it. Freedom in the midst of pain. The Buddha did not teach that awakening means the absence of pain. He taught that awakening means freedom in the midst of pain. Freedom comes not from erasing the wave, but from realizing you are not the wave. You are the awareness that sees it, breathes with it, and allows it to pass. When you live with this awareness, pain becomes less frightening. You know it will come, and you know it will go. You no longer feel trapped in a prison. You see yourself as standing in a river of change, where everything flows. Closing reflection. Pain is not a prison, it is a wave. It rises and falls, comes and goes. It may feel overwhelming, but it is not forever. So tonight, when pain arises, whether from memory, loss, guilt, or fear, pause. Place your hand on your heart. Whisper softly, this is a wave. It will pass. I am not trapped. I am free. And as you breathe with that wave, you will discover a quiet truth. You are stronger than you believed. You are more spacious than your suffering. You are not the prison, you are the ocean in which the waves rise and fall. Living with the truth of this too shall pass. There is a phrase that has comforted countless people through history. This too shall pass. Simple words, yet they hold profound wisdom. They remind us that no matter how heavy the pain, no matter how deep the regret, no matter how sharp the fear, it will not last forever. Life moves, feelings change, situations shift. The river flows on. The Buddha's teaching of impermanence echoes this truth. Everything that arises also fades. Joy fades, sorrow fades, success fades, failure fades. Nothing stays frozen. When you live with this awareness, you stop clinging so tightly. You stop fearing that pain will last forever. You learn to rest in the rhythm of change, trusting that the storm will soften and the wave will fall. The comfort of impermanence. When you are in the middle of suffering, it feels eternal. The mind whispers, This will never end. I will always feel this way. But this is an illusion. Think of every painful moment you have lived through. At the time it seemed permanent. Yet here you are, still breathing, still alive, changed but not destroyed. The phrase, "This too shall pass," is not denial. It is not pretending the pain is small. It is a reminder that even the heaviest burden cannot stay forever. Time, awareness, and compassion transform everything, holding joy and pain lightly. Impermanence applies not only to pain, but to joy as well. The sweetness of life, love, laughter, beauty also passes. If you cling too tightly, you suffer when it changes. But if you hold it lightly, you can enjoy it fully while it lasts, without fear of losing it. Living with the truth of "this too shall pass" means learning to hold all of life gently, its joys and sorrows, its gains and losses. You no longer need to grasp what is pleasant or resist what is painful. You meet each moment with presence, trusting its temporary nature. Freedom from fear. Much of our suffering comes from the fear that pain will never end. When guilt arises, you think, "I will carry this forever." When grief floods you, you think, "I will never feel joy again." When fear grips you, you think, "I will always be trapped in this." But impermanence dissolves this fear. It reminds you that no emotion is eternal. The body cannot hold the same state forever. Just as clouds shift across the sky, so do feelings move through the heart. When you remember, "This too shall pass," you stop fearing pain. You begin to trust your capacity to endure. You realize you are not fragile, you are resilient. A practice of trust. Here is a practice to help you live with this truth. When a strong feeling arises, pause. Notice the urge to say, "This will last forever." Whisper softly, "This too shall pass." Breathe slowly. Inhale with the awareness, "This is here now." Exhale with the reminder, "This will not stay forever." Rest in trust. Allow the wave to rise and fall, knowing its nature is impermanence. At first, the words may feel like comfort you do not believe, but with practice, you begin to see their truth in your own experience. Gratitude in change. Living with impermanence also brings gratitude. When you know that joy will pass, you savor it more deeply. When you know that pain will pass, you endure it with more patience. When you know that life itself will pass, you cherish each breath as precious. "This too shall pass" is not a warning. It is a blessing. It teaches you to appreciate what is here, now, without clinging, without fear, living in the middle path. The Buddha often spoke of the middle way, the path between extremes. "This too shall pass" is the essence of the middle way in daily life. When you are joyful, it reminds you not to cling. When you are sorrowful, it reminds you not to despair. When you succeed, it keeps you humble. When you fail, it keeps you hopeful. Impermanence steadies you. It keeps you balanced in the ebb and flow of life. From resistance to peace. When you resist impermanence, you suffer. You demand that joy last forever and that pain disappear instantly. But when you accept impermanence, you discover peace. You stop fighting what is natural. You stop making demands of life it cannot meet. You begin to rest in the flow. Peace does not come from controlling the waves. Peace comes from knowing the waves will pass. Closing reflection. Everything changes. Every feeling, every thought, every season of life. Nothing is fixed, nothing is forever. So when you are in joy, whisper, "This too shall pass. Let me cherish it fully." When you are in pain, whisper, "This too shall pass. Let me endure with patience." When you are lost in shame, whisper, "This too shall pass. Let me soften with compassion." In this truth, there is freedom. You no longer cling, you no longer despair. You simply live awake, aware, at peace with the flow. And in that flow, you discover what the Buddha taught long ago. Impermanence is not something to fear. It is the very doorway to freedom. Why clinging keeps suffering alive. Suffering does not come only from what happens to us. More often, it comes from the way we hold on to what happens. The event itself may have passed, but we continue to cling to the story, to the regret, to the identity it gave us. We replay it again and again, binding ourselves to a moment that no longer exists. This is why suffering feels endless, not because the pain itself never ends, but because we refuse to let it go. The Buddha described this truth clearly. He taught that attachment clinging is the root of suffering. When we cling to pleasure, we suffer when it fades. When we cling to pain, we suffer because we refuse to release it. When we cling to identity, we suffer because we believe we are frozen in our mistakes. The holding itself is what keeps the wound alive. The nature of clinging. Clinging is a habit of the mind. It is the belief that if we hold tightly enough, we can control what has already passed. We cling to memories of joy, trying to recreate them. We cling to regrets, trying to rewrite them. We cling to pain, believing that if we rehearse it long enough, it will make sense. But clinging does not heal. Clinging repeats. It takes a single moment and stretches it across days, months, even years. The event may be long gone, but the suffering continues because we keep carrying it. Pain versus suffering. There is a difference between pain and suffering. Pain is natural. Everyone experiences it: loss, grief, disappointment, regret. Suffering is what happens when we cling to that pain. For example, you lose someone you love. The pain is real and inevitable. But when you cling to the story, "I cannot live without them, I am broken forever," life is meaningless now. The suffering deepens. The clinging makes the pain heavier than it needs to be. Clinging turns pain into a prison. Letting go turns pain into a teacher. Why we cling? If clinging causes suffering, why do we hold on? Because clinging feels safer than letting go. We cling to guilt because we think it proves we care. We cling to regret because we think it will prevent future mistakes. We cling to pain because we think releasing it means forgetting or betraying those we loved. But these are misunderstandings. Guilt does not prove love. Awareness does. Regret does not prevent mistakes. Learning does. Holding on to pain does not honor the past. Compassion does. Letting go does not mean denial. It means trusting that you can live without carrying every wound like a stone in your pocket. The cycle of clinging. Clinging creates a cycle. The memory arises, you grab it, you judge it, you replay it. Each time you do, the emotional charge strengthens. The more you cling, the deeper the groove becomes in your mind. This is why some memories feel as sharp years later as they did on the day they happened. It is not because the event itself is alive. It is because clinging has kept it alive. You keep watering the seed of suffering with your attention. Breaking this cycle requires awareness. You must learn to notice when you are clinging and gently release. Not once, but again and again, until the habit begins to soften. Letting go into impermanence. The Buddha's teaching of impermanence is the antidote to clinging. When you remember that everything changes, you no longer need to hold on so tightly. You realize that no memory, no emotion, no identity is fixed. You can let it move through, like clouds passing across the sky. Letting go does not mean erasing the past. It means loosening your grip. It means saying, "This happened, but it does not define me forever. This pain is here, but it will shift. This memory exists, but it is not the whole of me." A practice of releasing. Here is a simple practice to soften clinging. Notice the grip. When a painful memory arises, observe how tightly you hold it. Name it. Whisper softly, "Clinging is here." Breathe. Inhale gently, exhale slowly. Imagine the breath creating space around the memory. Release. On the exhale, whisper, "I let this go, even just a little." Repeat. Each time the memory returns, meet it again with breath and release. Letting go is not a single event. It is a practice. Each time you soften your grip, the suffering lessens. Compassion in letting go. Letting go does not mean abandoning yourself. It means holding yourself with compassion. You do not say, "I should not feel this." You say, "I feel this, but I don't need to cling to it." You can honor your past without becoming imprisoned by it. You can acknowledge your mistakes without letting them define you. You can feel your pain without making it your entire identity. Compassion allows you to release because it reminds you that you are worthy of peace. Living with open hands. Imagine living with open hands instead of clenched fists. When joy comes, you hold it gently, letting it pass when it's ready. When pain comes, you hold it gently too, letting it soften and flow. Nothing is forced, nothing is clung to. Life moves freely through you. This is the freedom the Buddha spoke of, the freedom of not clinging, the peace of open hands. Closing reflection. Suffering persists not because pain is eternal, but because we cling. We grip our memories, our regrets, our identities, as if holding them tighter will make them change. But clinging does not change the past, it only repeats it. So tonight, when guilt or regret arises, pause. Place your hand on your heart. Whisper softly, "I do not need to cling. I can let this soften. I can let this pass." And in that whisper, the prison begins to dissolve. What once felt like endless suffering becomes a wave, moving, shifting, flowing through. You are no longer trapped. You are free. Softening into freedom through impermanence. Impermanence is often misunderstood as a source of sadness. We think, if everything changes, then nothing is safe. If everything passes, then nothing lasts. And because of this, we cling even tighter to our pain, to our regrets, to our identities, believing that holding on gives us control. But the Buddha's teaching of impermanence was never meant to frighten us. It was meant to free us. It is not a threat, but an invitation. When you understand that everything changes, you no longer need to hold on so tightly. You no longer need to define yourself by the past. You no longer need to believe that suffering will last forever. Impermanence softens you, and in that softening, you discover freedom. The gentle truth of change. Think of the breath. Each inhale arises, then falls away. Each exhale leaves, then makes space for another inhale. The rhythm is constant, yet each breath is new. This is impermanence, not chaos, but flow, not destruction, but renewal. Life works the same way. Thoughts come and go. Emotions rise and fade. The body changes with each passing year. Nothing is frozen. Everything moves. When you forget this truth, you suffer. You believe guilt will last forever. You believe regret defines you permanently. You believe pain will always trap you. But when you remember impermanence, you see clearly. Even the heaviest burden will pass. Even the deepest shame will soften. Even suffering itself is not permanent. Why impermanence brings freedom? Impermanence frees you in 3 ways. It loosens guilt. If everything changes, then the you who made mistakes is not the same you who lives now. The past is not frozen, it has already shifted. You do not need to carry eternal punishment for something that belongs to a self who no longer exists. It softens pain. Pain feels unbearable when you think it is forever. But when you know it will pass, you can endure with patience. You can ride the wave instead of drowning in it. It dissolves identity. Shame thrives when you believe in a fixed self. I am broken. I am unworthy. Impermanence reveals that there is no fixed self, only a flowing stream. You are not frozen in labels. You are alive, changing, free. The softness of letting go. Impermanence does not force you to let go. It invites you. It whispers, you do not need to hold so tightly. Life is moving already. Trust the flow. When you soften your grip, suffering lessens. The memory remains, but it no longer defines you. The pain remains, but it no longer imprisons you. The past remains, but it no longer controls you. Softening does not mean weakness. It means courage. It takes courage to stop clinging. It takes courage to trust impermanence. But when you do, you find a peace that clinging could never give. A practice of softening. Here is a simple practice to experience freedom through impermanence. Sit quietly. Bring attention to your breath. Notice the change. Each inhale is different from the last. Each exhale leaves space for something new. Whisper softly, everything changes. This will pass. Bring to mind a memory of guilt or pain. Notice the heaviness. Say gently, this is not permanent. This too will change. I can soften my grip. Repeat as often as needed. Each time you remember impermanence, the burden becomes lighter. Impermanence as compassion. Impermanence is not cold, it is compassionate. It does not say, you must forget your past. It says, you do not need to carry it forever. It does not say, you should not feel pain. It says, your pain will soften, your heart will heal. Trust the flow of time and awareness. This compassion extends outward too. When you see impermanence in yourself, you see it in others. You stop freezing people in their worst moments. You stop defining them by what they once did. You recognize their capacity to change, just as you recognize your own. Living in freedom. When you live with the truth of impermanence, life feels lighter. You no longer cling desperately to joy, afraid it will disappear. You no longer fear pain, believing it will last forever. You begin to live with open hands, open heart, open breath. You savor what is beautiful while it lasts. You endure what is painful, knowing it will pass. You forgive yourself for your past, knowing you are not the same. This is freedom, not the absence of change, but peace with change. Not control over life, but trust in life's flow. Closing reflection. Everything changes. Every thought, every feeling, every moment, even guilt, even regret, even suffering. So tonight, when memory rises, whisper softly, "This is not permanent. I can soften, I can trust the flow." In that whisper, the burden loosens, the shame dissolves, the heart opens, and you discover the freedom the Buddha spoke of, not through clinging, but through letting go, not through hardness, but through softening, not through permanence, but through impermanence. Impermanence is not something to fear, it is the doorway to peace. Step through it gently, and you will find that freedom has been here all along, waiting in the flow of change. Why self-kindness is not weakness. For many people, kindness is something they offer freely to others, but struggle to extend to themselves. To be gentle with someone else feels natural, even noble. But to be gentle with yourself often feels uncomfortable, even wrong. You may believe that if you are kind to yourself, you will become lazy. If you forgive yourself too easily, you will repeat mistakes. If you soften, you will grow weaker. But Buddhism teaches a deeper truth. Self-kindness is not weakness, it is strength. It is not indulgence, it is wisdom. Self-kindness is the soil in which healing grows, the foundation that makes growth possible. Without it, guilt hardens, shame deepens, and suffering lingers. With it, you discover the courage to begin again, the clarity to see yourself honestly, and the resilience to stay on the path of awakening. The conditioning against self-kindness. Why do so many of us resist self-kindness? Often, it comes from conditioning. Many of us were taught that strength means being hard on yourself, that discipline means self-criticism, that growth requires punishment. You may have heard phrases like, "Don't be soft," "Toughen up," "Stop feeling sorry for yourself." These messages plant the belief that harshness is necessary and kindness is weakness. Over time, you learn to treat yourself as an enemy, not a friend. But what has this harshness truly given you? Has it made you wiser, or has it only deepened your shame? Has it made you stronger, or has it only made you fearful, brittle, and exhausted? True strength does not come from cruelty, it comes from compassion. The power of kindness. Think of a child learning to walk. They stumble again and again. Would you yell at the child, call them a failure, tell them they will never learn? Of course not. You would encourage them. You would smile when they try again. You would remind them, it's okay to fall. You're still learning. This is kindness, and it is what allows the child to keep growing. Without kindness, the child would give up. Without kindness, there would be no progress. You are no different. You are still learning. You are still stumbling. You are still growing. Self-kindness gives you the courage to keep going when harshness would make you stop. The strength in gentleness. Gentleness is not weakness. It takes great strength to face your own pain without judgment. It takes courage to forgive yourself when shame tells you not to. It takes resilience to meet your flaws with compassion instead of denial. Weakness hides from the truth. Strength meets it with open eyes and a soft heart. Self-kindness is not about avoiding responsibility. It is about taking responsibility with love instead of punishment. It is about saying, yes, I made mistakes. Yes, I have flaws, but I can meet them without cruelty. I can meet them with wisdom and care. This is strength. This is courage. Kindness as discipline. Many people confuse self-kindness with self-indulgence. They believe that if they stop punishing themselves, they will lose all discipline. But kindness is not indulgence. It is the truest form of discipline. Discipline born from fear is fragile. It breaks under pressure. Discipline born from kindness is steady. It lasts. When you are kind to yourself, you are not excusing mistakes. You are creating the conditions to learn from them. When you are kind, you are more honest, because you no longer fear the whip of self-criticism. When you are kind, you are more resilient, because you are not exhausting yourself with shame. Self-kindness keeps you on the path, not through fear, but through care. A practice of self-kindness. Here is a simple practice to begin cultivating kindness toward yourself. Pause during the day. Notice how you speak to yourself. Is your inner voice harsh, demanding, cruel? Shift the language. Replace "what's wrong with me" with "I am learning." Replace "I'll never get it right" with "I can try again." Place your hand on your heart. Whisper softly, "May I be gentle with myself. May I treat myself as I would a friend." Repeat often. Each time you practice, the voice of kindness grows stronger. At first, this may feel unnatural, but with time, it becomes familiar. Eventually, kindness will feel like home, self-kindness, and awakening. The Buddha taught that awakening is not found through punishment. It is found through awareness, compassion, and wisdom. Self-kindness is not separate from the path, it is the path. When you are kind to yourself, you create the space to see clearly. Shame clouds awareness. Kindness clarifies it. Harshness closes the heart. Kindness opens it. Fear paralyzes. Kindness moves you forward. Every act of self-kindness is an act of awakening. Every gentle word you whisper to yourself is a step toward freedom. The ripple of kindness. When you practice self-kindness, its effects extend outward. You begin to treat others more gently because you no longer project your own harshness onto them. You become more patient, more forgiving, more compassionate. The ripple of kindness begins within. It touches your own wounds, then spreads to the people around you, then expands into the world. By healing yourself with kindness, you contribute to healing the whole. Closing reflection. Self-kindness is not weakness. It is the greatest strength you can cultivate. It is not indulgence. It is discipline born of compassion. It is not avoidance. It is awakening. So tonight, when the harsh inner voice rises, pause. Place your hand on your heart. Whisper softly, "I choose kindness. I choose compassion. I choose to be my own friend." And in that whisper, the chains of shame begin to loosen. The fear of weakness dissolves, and you discover the truth. Kindness does not make you less, it makes you whole. Speaking to the inner child with warmth. Inside each of us lives a younger self, the inner child who carries the echoes of our earliest experiences. This part of you remembers the first moments of fear, of shame, of loneliness. It remembers the times when you felt unseen, unheard, unloved. It also remembers the joy of simple things, the innocence of play, the longing to be held just as you were. Yet for many, the inner child is silenced. Instead of receiving warmth, it receives criticism. Instead of being nurtured, it is scolded. Instead of being embraced, it is pushed aside. You may find yourself speaking to your inner child with the same harshness others once used on you. Why can't you be stronger? Why do you keep messing up? Why aren't you enough? But healing requires a different voice. Healing requires warmth. The inner child does not need more judgment. It needs gentleness. It does not need perfection. It needs presence. Speaking to the inner child with warmth is not indulgence, it is medicine. The wounded child within. Every person carries an inner child. It is the part of you that was shaped in your earliest years, when you were most vulnerable. If you received love, patience, and support, that child within you feels safe. But if you received harshness, neglect, or criticism, that child within you may still be afraid. This inner child often shows itself through your adult struggles. The anxiety you feel when others disapprove, the shame you carry for making mistakes, the loneliness that arises even when you are surrounded by people. These are not flaws of your adult self. They are wounds of your inner child, still waiting for warmth. Why warmth matters. Harshness never heals the inner child. The younger self is already carrying unmet needs. More criticism only deepens the wound. Warmth, however, creates safety. Warmth tells the child, "You are not alone anymore. I see you. I will not abandon you again." When you speak to your inner child with warmth, something softens. The walls of shame begin to fall. The frozen parts of you begin to thaw. The child within you learns what it should have always known. I am worthy of love. I am safe now. I belong. Recognizing the voice of the inner child. The inner child often speaks not in words, but in feelings. It appears as sudden fear, unexplained sadness, or overwhelming guilt. It shows up in your reactions when you lash out, when you withdraw, when you feel small in the face of criticism. Instead of judging these reactions, pause and ask, what is my inner child feeling right now? What does it need? Often the answer is simple: comfort, reassurance, kindness. Not solutions, but presence. Speaking with warmth. To speak to the inner child with warmth, imagine yourself as both the caregiver and the child. One part of you is hurting, the other part of you is here to comfort. When guilt arises, say, "It's okay, little one. You made a mistake, but that doesn't make you bad. I love you still." When fear arises, say, "I know you're scared. I'm here now. You don't have to face this alone." When shame arises, say, "You are not unworthy. You are human. You deserve love just as you are." At first, this may feel strange, but the more you practice, the more natural it becomes. Your inner child begins to trust your voice. It begins to believe in your warmth. A gentle practice. Here is a practice to begin speaking with warmth. Find a quiet space. Place your hand on your heart or belly. Close your eyes. Imagine your younger self standing before you, perhaps as a child, perhaps as a teenager. Look into their eyes. Notice their vulnerability, their longing, their wounds. Speak softly. Say words of warmth. I see you. I love you. I am here for you. You don't need to be perfect. You are enough. Listen. Allow the child to respond, not in words perhaps, but in feelings. Stay present with whatever arises. Practicing this regularly helps heal old wounds. Over time, the child within you begins to feel safe, held, and loved. The power of consistency. The inner child does not heal from one conversation. It heals through consistency. Every time you choose warmth over criticism, you repair trust. Every time you stay, instead of abandoning yourself, you build safety. You do not need to be perfect. You do not need the right words. What matters is showing up with sincerity. The child within you does not need performance. It needs presence. Self-kindness passed forward. When you speak to your inner child with warmth, you not only heal yourself, you change the way you show up in the world. You become gentler with others. You recognize their inner children, too, the parts of them still longing for love, still carrying wounds. This recognition brings compassion. You stop demanding perfection from people. You stop judging them harshly. You begin to understand we are all carrying children within us, all longing for warmth. Closing reflection. The inner child does not need another critic. It does not need another punishment. It needs warmth. It needs to hear the words it longed for all those years ago. I see you. I love you. You are enough. I am here to stay. So tonight, place your hand on your heart. Whisper softly to your younger self, I will not abandon you again. I will speak to you with warmth. I will hold you with love. And in that whisper, healing begins. The child within you softens. The adult within you strengthens. And together, they walk the path of awakening, hand in hand, guided by compassion. Effort without self-punishment. Effort is an essential part of the path of awakening. Without effort, seeds of compassion are never watered. Without effort, wisdom is never cultivated. Without effort, old habits remain unexamined and new ones never take root. But too often, effort is misunderstood. Many of us confuse effort with punishment. We believe progress requires harshness, that discipline demands cruelty, that growth is only possible when we push ourselves relentlessly. But the Buddha's teaching of right effort tells a different story. True effort does not arise from fear. It does not demand self-punishment. It does not measure worth by exhaustion or perfection. True effort is gentle, steady, compassionate. It comes not from the whip of shame, but from the heart's sincere wish to suffer less and love more. The trap of harsh effort. Many of us were taught from childhood that being hard on ourselves is the only way to grow. If we failed, we were scolded. If we stumbled, we were told to try harder. Over time, we absorbed the belief that self-punishment is discipline. This belief follows us into adulthood. When we meditate, we criticize ourselves for losing focus. When we practice compassion, we berate ourselves for still feeling anger. When we try to heal, we shame ourselves for not being further along. Effort becomes heavy, exhausting, punishing. But harshness does not create growth. It creates fear. It makes us rigid. It makes us want to give up. True transformation comes not from punishment, but from patience. The nature of right effort. The Buddha described right effort as the practice of cultivating wholesome states and abandoning unwholesome ones, not through force, but through awareness and care. Right effort is like tending a garden. You cannot scream at seeds to grow. You cannot punish weeds into disappearing. Growth happens with steady watering, gentle pruning, patient attention. Effort is not about pushing harder, it is about caring more wisely. This is the difference between punishment and practice. Punishment says, you are bad, and you must prove your worth through suffering. Practice says, you are already worthy, and your effort is simply how you nurture that truth. Effort rooted in compassion. When effort is rooted in compassion, it feels lighter. It feels like care, not demand. You practice not because you are broken, but because you long to be free. You meditate not to prove you are spiritual, but to offer your mind rest. You forgive yourself not to check off a requirement, but to soften the heart. This kind of effort is sustainable. It does not burn you out. It nourishes you. It is not frantic, but steady, not harsh, but gentle, not fear-driven, but love-driven. Why self-punishment fails? Some people cling to self-punishment because they believe it keeps them accountable. They fear that if they stop being hard on themselves, they will become careless. But this is a misunderstanding. Punishment may control behavior for a short time, but it does not transform the heart. It creates compliance, not wisdom. It may force you into temporary change, but it does not cultivate lasting compassion. In fact, punishment often backfires. It makes you resent the path, avoid practice, or collapse into despair. Self-punishment is not effort. It is resistance disguised as discipline, a new way to practice effort. To practice effort without punishment, you must shift your perspective. Effort is not a battle against yourself. It is an act of love for yourself. When you sit to meditate and the mind wanders, instead of scolding yourself, you say, I see you, little mind. Let's return together. When you try to forgive and anger returns, instead of saying, I failed, you say, this is another chance to practice compassion. When you stumble on your path, instead of declaring, I am weak, you whisper, I am human, and I can begin again. This shift transforms effort from a burden into a blessing, a gentle practice of effort. Here is a practice to help you cultivate compassionate effort. Set an intention. Begin each day by asking, what small effort of love can I make today? Act gently. Take one step, a few minutes of mindful breathing, a kind word, a moment of forgiveness. Notice harshness. When the inner critic appears, pause, whisper, effort, not punishment. Practice, not judgment. Celebrate small steps. Instead of demanding perfection, honor each attempt. Each moment of awareness is already progress. Rest as effort. Remember that rest is also part of right effort. Exhaustion is not the goal. Balance is. Effort and patience. True effort requires patience. Seeds do not sprout overnight. Habits do not transform in a single day. Healing does not happen in one breath. Patience allows effort to be steady, not frantic. It allows you to remain on the path without despair. Punishment rushes. It demands instant results. But patience trusts the process. It whispers, even slow growth is still growth. Even small steps are still steps. I can stay steady. The strength of gentle effort. Gentle effort is not weakness. It takes strength to return again and again without scolding yourself. It takes courage to keep trying even when progress feels invisible. It takes resilience to keep walking the path with soft steps instead of harsh ones. This is true discipline, not the force of fear, but the steadiness of love, not the cruelty of punishment, but the resilience of patience. Closing reflection. Effort is necessary, but effort does not need to be punishment. Growth does not require cruelty. Healing does not demand harshness. So tonight, when you think of your path, whisper softly, "I will not punish myself. My effort will be gentle. My effort will be compassionate. My effort will be enough." And in that whisper, the burden of discipline begins to lighten. The path becomes softer, steadier, more joyful. You realize you do not need to force yourself into awakening. You only need to nurture yourself into it. Effort without punishment is not weakness. It is the deepest strength. It is the kind of strength that allows you to return again and again without fear, without shame, with only love guiding the way. Rituals of return. Daily forgiveness practices. Forgiveness is not a one-time decision. It is not a single dramatic moment when guilt dissolves and shame disappears forever. Forgiveness is a practice, a rhythm, a return. Just as the breath returns again and again, so too must forgiveness. Each day, each moment, you are invited to return to yourself with compassion. Daily forgiveness practices are like rituals of return. They remind you that even when you wander into self-criticism, you can come back. Even when old guilt rises, you can meet it with softness. Even when you forget your worth, you can remember again. Forgiveness becomes not something you achieve once, but something you live gently, consistently, patiently. The nature of returning. Every human being forgets. We forget our intentions. We forget our worth. We forget to be gentle. This forgetting is not failure, it is part of the path. What matters is not that you forget, but that you return. The Buddha's teaching of mindfulness is rooted in this truth. Mindfulness is not about being perfect. It is about noticing when you have wandered and coming back with awareness. Forgiveness works the same way. It is not about never feeling guilt or shame. It is about noticing when you are caught in them and gently returning to compassion. Each return is an act of healing. Each return weakens the old patterns of self-punishment and strengthens the new patterns of self-kindness. Why rituals matter. Rituals give structure to our intentions. They create anchors in the flow of daily life. Without them, forgiveness can feel abstract, something we only remember when guilt overwhelms us. With rituals, forgiveness becomes woven into our routine. It becomes a habit, a steady rhythm that reminds us, I can always begin again. Rituals are not about performance. They are about presence. They are simple gestures that embody compassion, grounding you in practice when the mind forgets. Daily forgiveness practices. Here are some rituals you can use to return to forgiveness each day. Choose the ones that resonate with you and let them become part of your rhythm. 1. Morning intention. Upon waking, place your hand on your heart and whisper, "Today, I will treat myself with kindness. Today, I will forgive myself when I forget. Today, I will return again and again to compassion." This sets the tone for the day. It reminds you that forgiveness is not a distant goal, but a daily practice. 2. Breath of release. Throughout the day, when guilt or shame arises, pause. Take one conscious breath. Inhale gently, exhale slowly. As you exhale, whisper, I release this. I forgive myself in this moment. Even a single breath can reset the heart. 3. Evening reflection. Before sleep, reflect gently on your day. Notice where you stumbled, where you judged yourself, where you carried guilt. Instead of scolding, whisper, I see you. You were learning. You are forgiven. This reflection is not about tallying failures. It is about ending the day with compassion, not criticism. 4. The gesture of bowing. Bowing is a simple, powerful ritual. You can bow to yourself each day, not out of shame, but out of respect. As you bow, say, I honor the one who tried today. I honor the one who stumbled. I honor the one who returns. This physical act reinforces the inner intention, reminding you of your worth. Forgiveness in small moments. Forgiveness does not need to be dramatic. It can live in the smallest moments. Smiling at yourself in the mirror instead of criticizing. Pausing when shame rises and whispering, you are safe. Choosing to rest when the old voice says, you must push harder. Letting go of a harsh thought before it takes root. Each small act is a return. Each small act is a ritual of forgiveness, returning again and again. You may wonder, but why do I need to keep forgiving myself? Shouldn't it be enough once? The truth is, the mind returns to old habits again and again. Shame does not dissolve in one moment. It lingers, it resurfaces, it tries to convince you that you have failed. This is why rituals matter. They remind you that returning is the practice. You are not failing when guilt returns, you are simply being invited to forgive again. Each return strengthens the muscle of compassion. Over time, the voice of kindness grows louder than the voice of shame. Forgiveness as relationship. Think of forgiveness not as a task, but as a relationship. Just as a loving relationship requires daily attention, kind words, patience, presence, so too does your relationship with yourself. Forgiveness is how you tend to that relationship. It is how you keep it alive. You are not trying to erase the past. You are building trust with yourself. Each act of forgiveness says, I will not abandon you again. I will stay with you. I will keep returning. The freedom of ritual. When forgiveness becomes ritual, it stops being conditional. You no longer wait until you deserve it. You no longer postpone it until you are perfect. You give it daily, freely, generously. And in that daily giving, something shifts. You begin to feel lighter, more grounded, more at peace. Forgiveness becomes not a distant goal, but a way of living. Closing reflection. Forgiveness is not one dramatic act. It is a rhythm, a return, a daily practice of compassion. Each morning intention, each breath of release, each evening reflection is a ritual that reminds you, you are not your guilt, you are not your shame, you are the one who returns to kindness. So tonight, whisper softly to yourself, I forgive you, I will forgive you again tomorrow, and the day after, and as many times as it takes. And in that whisper, forgiveness ceases to be a distant hope. It becomes a daily reality, a ritual of return, a steady heartbeat of compassion, including yourself in the circle of compassion. When we hear the word compassion, most of us think first of others. We think of being patient with friends, forgiving with family, kind to strangers. We know that compassion is the heart of Buddhism, the practice of meeting suffering with care. Yet so often, we place ourselves outside of that circle. We say, I will be kind to others, but not to myself. I will forgive them, but I cannot forgive me. This is one of the deepest mistakes we make. Compassion is not complete if you are excluded from it. The Buddha taught that compassion must extend to all beings, and you are one of those beings. Your suffering matters too. Your healing matters too. Your heart deserves the same warmth you give to others. To include yourself in the circle of compassion is not selfish. It is balance. It is wholeness. It is the realization that you are part of the great web of life, not separate, not less, not unworthy. The habit of exclusion. Why do so many of us exclude ourselves? Often, it comes from early conditioning. You may have been told that caring for yourself is selfish. You may have been praised for sacrificing your needs. You may have been taught that love must always be earned. Over time, these lessons form habits of thought. I don't matter as much as others. My pain is not important. My needs are too much. And so, even when you practice compassion, you unconsciously place yourself outside the circle. But compassion is not a limited resource. It does not run out if you share it with yourself. In fact, the more you include yourself, the more authentic and sustainable your compassion for others becomes. The dangers of exclusion. Excluding yourself from compassion has consequences. When you neglect your own suffering, resentment builds. You may give to others, but feel drained. You may appear kind, but feel empty inside. You may burn out because you never allow yourself rest. Worse, when you withhold compassion from yourself, your compassion for others becomes incomplete. You may still act kindly, but underneath, judgment lingers because you still judge yourself. You cannot fully forgive others while secretly believing you are unforgivable. You cannot truly love others while secretly believing you are unlovable. Including yourself is not optional. It is essential. The Buddha's teaching of boundless compassion. In the practice of metta loving-kindness meditation, you are invited to offer compassion to all beings, friends, strangers, enemies, and yourself. The phrases are simple. May I be safe. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I live with ease. Then, may you be safe. May you be happy. May you be healthy. May you live with ease. And eventually, may all beings be safe, happy, healthy, and live with ease. Notice where it begins with you. Not because you are more important, but because you are included. You cannot sincerely wish well for others while excluding yourself. The circle is only whole when you stand inside it too. A practice of inclusion. Here is a gentle practice to bring yourself into the circle of compassion. Sit quietly. Close your eyes. Place your hand on your heart. Begin with yourself. Whisper, may I be gentle with myself. May I forgive myself. May I live with kindness. Extend outward. Picture someone you love. Whisper, may you be gentle with yourself. May you live with kindness. Extend further. Picture someone neutral, then someone difficult, offering the same words. Return inward. End with yourself again. Whisper, I belong in this circle. My suffering matters. My healing matters. With practice, the boundary between self and other begins to dissolve. Compassion flows in all directions, naturally, effortlessly. Compassion as balance. Including yourself does not mean neglecting others. It means balancing the circle. Just as a tree must take in water to provide shade, just as a lamp must hold oil to give light, you must care for yourself to sustain compassion for others. This is not indulgence, this is wisdom. A dry well cannot give water. A weary heart cannot carry endless burdens. To care for yourself is to ensure that your compassion for others is real, steady, and enduring. The fear of self-compassion. Many people fear that if they are compassionate toward themselves, they will become selfish. They worry that self-kindness will make them weak or careless. But this fear misunderstands compassion. True compassion does not make you careless. It makes you more responsible. When you forgive yourself, you do not erase responsibility. You gain the clarity to take responsibility without shame. When you are kind to yourself, you do not avoid growth. You create the safety needed to grow. Self-compassion is not selfish. It is the foundation of sincerity, living inside the circle. When you finally include yourself in the circle of compassion, something shifts. You no longer feel like an outsider to your own love. You stop giving endlessly while starving inside. You stop punishing yourself while forgiving everyone else. You begin to rest. You begin to breathe. You begin to live with balance. Compassion becomes not a performance, but a natural way of being. And when others see you living this way, they feel permission to do the same. Your self-compassion becomes a model for their own healing. Closing reflection. Compassion is not complete if you stand outside of it. You are not the exception. You are not unworthy. You belong in the circle. So tonight, whisper softly, may I be included. May I be gentle with myself. May I know I am worthy of compassion. And as you whisper, feel the circle expand to hold you. Feel the warmth that you have so freely given to others return to your own heart. In that moment, the circle is whole. And in that wholeness, you discover the truth. Compassion is not meant to exclude, it is meant to embrace. And that embrace begins with you, dropping the perfectionist ideal self. Deep inside many hearts lives an image of who we believe we are supposed to be. This image is polished, flawless, always calm, always wise, always in control. It is the ideal self, the version of you who never makes mistakes, never loses patience, never stumbles. You may not always be aware of it, but this image quietly shapes your life. It whispers that who you are right now is not enough. It tells you that peace will come only when you become that perfect version of yourself. But here is the truth. This ideal self is an illusion. It does not exist. It never has. And clinging to it only deepens suffering. The path to freedom is not becoming perfect. It is dropping the perfectionist image altogether. The burden of perfectionism feels heavy because it sets impossible standards. It tells you that every thought must be pure, every action flawless, every emotion under control. And when you inevitably fall short, the inner critic sharpens. See, you are still not enough. You will never get there. This cycle is exhausting. Instead of feeling encouraged, you feel defeated. Instead of growing, you feel stuck. The weight of perfectionism does not inspire, it paralyzes. Perfectionism also distorts spirituality. You may believe that if you were truly awakened, you would always feel peaceful. If you were truly practicing, you would never feel anger or fear. If you were truly wise, you would never stumble. But this is not awakening, it is performance. The illusion of the ideal self. The ideal self is built from fear. Fear of rejection, fear of failure, fear of not being loved. It promises safety. If I become perfect, no one can criticize me. If I become flawless, I will finally deserve peace. But this promise is empty. The ideal self is a moving target. No matter how much you grow, the goalpost shifts. You achieve one standard, and immediately another appears. You never arrive because the destination does not exist. The Buddha never taught that the path was about perfection. He taught that it was about awareness, compassion, and freedom. He never asked you to become flawless. He asked you to be present. The cost of clinging to perfection, clinging to the ideal self, has consequences. It steals joy. You cannot enjoy progress because you are always measuring how far you still are from perfect. It deepens shame. Every mistake becomes proof that you are failing rather than a natural part of learning. It blocks compassion. When you demand perfection from yourself, you demand it from others too. Relationships become strained under impossible expectations. Most painfully, perfectionism convinces you that you are unworthy right now. It keeps peace and love always out of reach, waiting until you deserve them, dropping the illusion. To drop the perfectionist ideal self is not to give up. It is to wake up. It is to see that the ideal was never real. It was only a shadow built by fear. Dropping it means saying, I do not need to become flawless to be worthy. I do not need to perform to be loved. I do not need to chase an image to find peace. It means meeting yourself as you are, messy, imperfect, human, and choosing kindness anyway. The freedom of being real. When you drop the perfectionist self, you discover the freedom of being real. You no longer need to hide your emotions. You no longer need to pretend you have everything figured out. You no longer need to perform for acceptance. Being real does not mean indulging every impulse. It means being honest. It means allowing your humanity to exist without shame. It means saying, yes, I feel anger sometimes. Yes, I make mistakes. And yes, I am still worthy of love. This freedom is lighter than perfection. It allows you to breathe. It allows you to rest. It allows you to live. A gentle practice. Here is a practice for dropping the perfectionist ideal self. Notice the image. When you feel unworthy, ask, what ideal self am I comparing myself to right now? Name the illusion. Whisper, this is a story, not reality. Breathe with imperfection. Inhale gently, exhale slowly. Say, I am allowed to be human. Offer kindness. Place your hand on your heart and whisper, even as I am enough. Return often. Each time the ideal self reappears, practice again. Dropping perfection is not one moment, it is a rhythm. The courage to let go. It takes courage to let go of perfection. Fear will resist. It will say, without perfection, you will fall apart. Without perfection, you will never grow. But the opposite is true. Only when you release perfection can true growth begin. Growth requires honesty, not performance. It requires patience, not pressure. It requires compassion, not cruelty. Letting go of perfection does not make you weaker. It makes you free. Closing reflection. The perfectionist ideal self is an illusion. It was never who you were. It was only a shadow built by fear. So tonight, whisper softly, I drop the need to be perfect. I choose to be real. I choose to be kind. I choose to be free. And in that whisper, the weight of perfection begins to lift. The image dissolves, and what remains is your true self, not flawless, but alive, not ideal, but real, not perfect, but worthy. This is the freedom of dropping the perfectionist self, the freedom to rest in your humanity, the freedom to grow without shame, the freedom to be loved without condition, trusting presence over performance. So much of modern life conditions us to perform. From an early age, we learn that love, approval, and belonging often feel conditional. We are praised when we achieve, when we behave, when we impress. We are criticized when we stumble, when we fall short, when we show our messy humanity. Slowly, without realizing it, performance becomes our way of survival. Even in spirituality, this habit sneaks in. You may sit to meditate not out of love, but out of pressure. I must do this perfectly. You may forgive not out of compassion, but out of duty. I must show I am spiritual. You may care for others not out of joy, but out of fear. If I don't, I won't be enough. But Buddhism invites a different path. Awakening does not come from performance, it comes from presence. Presence is simple, sincere, honest. Presence does not demand that you be impressive. Presence only asks that you be here. The trap of performance. Performance is exhausting because it always asks, am I good enough yet? It measures every action against an invisible standard. It whispers, do more, be more, hide your flaws, show only what will earn approval. When you live in performance, you are never at peace. Even when others praise you, the relief is temporary. You quickly worry about the next task, the next impression, the next proof of worth. Performance is a treadmill with no finish line. No matter how fast you run, you remain in the same place, tired, anxious, unfulfilled. The simplicity of presence. Presence is different. Presence is not about proving anything. It is about meeting each moment as it is. When you breathe mindfully, you are not performing. You are simply being with your breath. When you listen deeply to another, you are not performing. You are simply being with their words. When you meet your own pain with compassion, you are not performing. You are simply being with your heart. Presence does not ask, am I enough? Presence whispers, I am here, and here is enough. Why presence heals? Presence is healing because it brings honesty. When you perform, you hide. You pretend to be calm when you are not. You pretend to be kind when you feel angry. You pretend to be confident when you are afraid. But healing requires honesty. You cannot heal what you refuse to see. Presence allows you to see clearly. This is anger. This is fear. This is shame. And in that clarity, transformation becomes possible. Performance may impress others, but presence frees you. The courage to choose. Presence. Choosing presence over performance requires courage, because performance is often rewarded. The world claps when you achieve. Few notice when you simply sit in honesty with your breath. But the rewards of presence are deeper. Performance may win approval, but presence gives peace. Performance may earn applause, but presence gives freedom. Performance may create an image, but presence reveals your true self. The courage lies in trusting that peace is more valuable than applause, that freedom is more precious than approval, that truth is more healing than perfection. a gentle practice. Here is a practice to help you shift from performance to presence. Notice the pressure. When you feel the urge to impress or prove yourself, pause. Ask softly, am I performing right now, or am I present? Breathe. Place your hand on your chest. Inhale gently, exhale slowly. Whisper, I do not need to perform. I only need to be here. Stay. Even for a few breaths, let presence be enough. With practice, this question, am I performing or present, becomes a compass. It helps you return to sincerity again and again. Presence in relationships. Choosing presence over performance transforms relationships. When you perform, you show others only what you think they will approve of. Connection becomes shallow, based on image. But when you are present, you bring your real self, your joy, your pain, your honesty. Connection deepens, trust grows. Others may be surprised at first. They may expect your old performance. But in time, your presence gives them permission to drop their performance too. Together, you meet each other as you are, not as images, but as humans. Presence in spiritual practice. Performance can also distort spiritual practice. You may judge your meditation by how still you sat, how quiet your mind became, how perfect it looked. You may compare your practice to others and feel unworthy. But true practice is not about appearance. It is about awareness. Even if your mind wandered 100 times, if you noticed it once with kindness, that is presence. Even if your forgiveness is imperfect, if it is sincere, that is presence. Even if your compassion falters, if you return again, that is presence. The Buddha never asked for performance. He asked for awareness. Living with presence. Living with presence means you no longer measure each day by how impressive it looked. You measure it by how sincere it felt. Did you show up honestly? Did you return to compassion when you forgot? Did you breathe, even once, with awareness? These small acts matter more than grand performances. They build trust with yourself. They create peace in the heart. They remind you that awakening is not about becoming special, it is about becoming real. Closing reflection. Performance is heavy. It exhausts. It hides. It demands. Presence is light. It softens. It reveals. It frees. So tonight, pause. Place your hand on your heart. Whisper softly, I do not need to perform. I only need to be present. My presence is enough. And in that whisper, the burden of performance begins to dissolve. You step out of the exhausting cycle of proving yourself and into the gentle freedom of simply being. Trust presence over performance. Trust sincerity over image. Trust that who you are right now, in this breath, is already enough. Rituals of apology, repentance, and release. To be human is to make mistakes. At some point, we all speak words we regret, act from fear instead of love, or cause pain without intending to. These moments leave marks on the heart. They return as guilt, shame, and self-judgment. Left unaddressed, they can harden into stories about our worth. I am bad. I am unforgivable. I cannot heal. But Buddhism offers another way. Instead of drowning in guilt or pretending mistakes never happened, we are invited to meet them directly with honesty, humility, and compassion. This is where rituals of apology, repentance, and release become powerful. They are not about punishment, They are not about groveling. They are about truth, sincerity, and the freedom that comes from facing what we carry. The power of ritual. Why ritual? Because ritual creates a sacred space where intention becomes embodied. Words alone can feel fleeting. Thoughts alone can feel scattered. But when you combine intention with action, when you bow, when you speak aloud, when you breathe with sincerity, the heart feels the shift more deeply. Rituals of apology and repentance do not erase the past, but they soften its grip. They allow you to face what was done without collapsing into shame. They allow you to release the burden so you can walk forward with honesty and peace. Apology as connection. Apology is a bridge. It reconnects what was broken, whether with others or within yourself. A sincere apology is not about proving your worth. It is about acknowledging truth. This happened. I see the harm. I regret it. I wish to do better. When you apologize to yourself, you give voice to the parts of you that were abandoned, neglected, or judged. You say, I am sorry I was so harsh. I am sorry I did not protect you. I am sorry I silenced you when you needed care. These words are medicine. They soothe the inner child still waiting to be heard. When you apologize to others, you open the door to healing. They may or may not accept it. That is beyond your control. But your sincerity plants the seed of reconciliation, both in their heart and in yours. Repentance as transformation. In Buddhism, repentance is not about wallowing in guilt. It is about seeing clearly and choosing differently. It is about turning the heart toward wisdom and compassion. Repentance means saying, I see what I did. I understand it more deeply now. I commit to acting differently moving forward. This commitment is not about perfection. It is about sincerity. Each time you return to it, you weaken the old pattern and strengthen a new one. Repentance transforms guilt into clarity. Instead of punishing yourself, you learn. Instead of chaining yourself to the past, you use it as a guide. Release as freedom. Apology and repentance open the heart. Release sets it free. Release is the act of letting go of the burden of guilt once the lesson has been learned. Too often, we confuse guilt with responsibility. We think, if I stop feeling guilty, I must not care anymore. But this is not true. Responsibility is about action. Guilt is about self-punishment. Once you have acknowledged the harm, once you have apologized, once you have committed to doing better, guilt no longer serves you. Release does not mean you forget it. Means you refuse to keep stabbing yourself with the same memory. You carry the wisdom, not the wound. A gentle ritual. Here is a simple ritual you can practice for apology, repentance, and release. Create a quiet space. Light a candle. Sit in stillness, or bow if that feels right. Apology. Speak aloud to yourself or another, even if they are not present. I am sorry for the ways I hurt you. I am sorry for the times I was unkind, unaware, or afraid. I see the harm now, and I regret it. Repentance. Continue. I commit to doing better. I will return to awareness. I will act with compassion. I will not abandon this intention. Release. Place your hand on your heart and exhale slowly. Whisper, I release the burden of guilt. I carry the lesson, not the punishment. I forgive myself. Close with gratitude. Bow gently and say, thank you for the chance to begin again. Repeat as often as needed. Each time, the heart grows lighter. The courage to face mistakes. It takes courage to practice rituals of apology and repentance. Shame will resist. It will say, "Don't look at this. Hide. Pretend it didn't happen." But hiding only deepens the wound. Facing it with honesty is what brings healing. Remember, acknowledging harm does not mean you are bad. It means you are human. It means you are willing to grow. It means you are brave enough to turn pain into wisdom. The gentle rhythm of return. Apology, repentance, and release are not one-time acts. Like forgiveness, they are practices. You may need to return to them many times. Each return weakens the voice of shame and strengthens the voice of compassion. Each return builds trust with yourself, showing that you are committed not to punishment, but to growth. Over time, this rhythm becomes natural. Instead of drowning in guilt, you pause, acknowledge, commit, and release. Mistakes no longer feel like permanent scars. They feel like stepping stones on the path of awakening. Closing reflection. Apology is the voice of truth. Repentance is the choice to grow. Release is the act of freedom. Together, they create a rhythm of healing. They remind you that you are not trapped in guilt. You are not frozen in shame. You are capable of honesty, growth, and renewal. So tonight, create your own quiet ritual. Whisper softly, "I am sorry. I am learning. I release this burden. I forgive myself." And in that whisper, the chains of the past begin to fall. The heart opens, the spirit breathes, and you discover the freedom that comes not from denying mistakes, but from meeting them with compassion and letting healing across time, karmic echoes, and release. Sometimes the pain you carry feels larger than your own lifetime. You may feel guilt that does not seem tied to one mistake. You may feel sadness with no clear cause. You may feel fear that seems older than you are. These are karmic echoes, waves of energy carried forward through time. Buddhism teaches that karma is not punishment, but cause and effect. Every thought, word, and action plants a seed. Some seeds ripen quickly within this life. Others linger, echoing across time through your family, your culture, or even across lifetimes. These echoes do not appear to condemn you. They appear to invite healing. To meet karmic echoes with awareness is to realize, I am not only carrying my pain, I am carrying patterns, conditions, and energies that extend beyond me. And because I can see them now, I have the power to release them. The weight of invisible burdens. Sometimes you may wonder, why do I feel so heavy when I have not done anything to deserve this weight? You may blame yourself for emotions you cannot explain, but not all burdens begin with you. Some are inherited, passed down through families, through generations of silence, through cultures shaped by suffering. These inherited patterns are also karma, not your punishment, but your opportunity. By seeing them clearly, you can interrupt them. By healing, you free not only yourself, but those who come after you. Karmic echoes across lifetimes. In Buddhist tradition, karma can ripple across lifetimes. You may carry echoes from actions taken long ago by versions of yourself you no longer remember. Again, this is not punishment, it is continuation. Life is a river. Each drop influences the next. You do not need to believe in past lives to understand this truth. Even within this lifetime, you can see how old patterns repeat, The fears of childhood echo in adulthood. The wounds of the past resurface in the present. Karma is not about blame, it is about continuity, and continuity can be transformed. The invitation to heal. When karmic echoes rise, they often come in the form of unexplained heaviness, guilt, shame, grief, or fear. The instinct may be to resist. Why is this here? I don't deserve this. But what if, instead of resistance, you met the echo with compassion? Each echo is an invitation. It says, "This has been carried long enough. It is time to soften. It is time to release." You may not know the original cause. You may never know the full story. You don't need to. Healing does not require complete understanding. It requires presence, releasing the echoes. To release karmic echoes does not mean erasing them. It means meeting them with awareness so they no longer control you. It means breathing with them, feeling them, and letting them move through instead of holding them as your identity. Here is a gentle practice. Notice the echo. When heavy emotion arises without clear cause, pause, acknowledge it, whisper softly, "This is a karmic echo. I do not need to know its origin." Breathe with it. Inhale gently, exhale slowly. Let the breath surround the feeling. Offer compassion. Place your hand on your heart and whisper, "This has been carried long enough. May this be released." Trust impermanence. Allow the echo to pass like a wave without clinging to it. Each time you practice, the echo softens, healing across generations. Your healing also ripples outward. When you soften karmic echoes within yourself, you end patterns that may have continued through your family. You stop passing down shame. You stop repeating cycles of silence. You create space for future generations to live with more freedom. In this way, healing is not only personal, it is collective. Every act of compassion ripples through time. Every release creates new possibilities for those who come after you. Compassion for the past self. If karma echoes across lifetimes, then healing can too. When you practice compassion now, you send healing backward as well as forward. You embrace the past selves who acted from fear or ignorance. You whisper to them, "I see you, I forgive you, I release you." This is not fantasy. It is a shift in consciousness. When you soften toward your past, its grip on the present loosens. You are no longer chained by echoes. You become the one who chooses differently. Freedom in release. The beauty of release is that it does not require perfection. You do not need to erase every echo. You only need to stop clinging. You only need to say, "This is not my punishment. This is an energy passing through. I choose compassion instead of shame." Release is freedom. It allows you to carry wisdom instead of weight. It transforms karmic echoes from chains into teachers. Closing reflection. Karma is not a sentence. It is a flow. Echoes may rise from the past, but they are not here to condemn you. They are here to be seen, softened, released. So tonight, when unexplained guilt or grief arises, pause. Place your hand on your heart. Whisper softly, "This is an echo. I do not need to carry it forever. May it be released with compassion." And in that whisper, the chain loosens, the echo softens, and you remember the truth. You are not trapped by the past. You are the one who heals across time. You are the one who chooses compassion. You are the one who releases. Living free. Forgiveness as a daily rhythm. Forgiveness is not a single event. It is not a finish line you cross once and for all. It is a rhythm, a daily practice of softening, of letting go, of beginning again. Just as the heart beats and the breath flows, forgiveness must return again and again. When you live forgiveness as a rhythm, it stops being a desperate act in moments of crisis. It becomes a way of being. It becomes the gentle background music of your life, steady, grounding, always available. You no longer wait until guilt overwhelms you to practice forgiveness. You weave it into each day, each choice, each breath. This is what it means to live free. To let forgiveness be not a rare gift you offer yourself, but a daily rhythm that carries you through life with lightness and love. The myth of one-time forgiveness. Many people believe forgiveness is a single decision. They think, if I forgive once, the pain should vanish. If guilt returns, I must have failed. This belief creates frustration. When the memory resurfaces, shame doubles. Not only do you feel guilty, you also feel guilty for not forgiving enough. But forgiveness does not erase memory. It transforms how you carry it, and transformation is rarely instant. Just as healing a physical wound requires repeated care, healing the heart requires repeated forgiveness. Each return is part of the process. Each act of forgiveness weakens the old patterns and strengthens compassion. Forgiveness as daily hygiene. Think of forgiveness like brushing your teeth or washing your face. You do not do it once and expect to be clean forever. You do it daily because life keeps moving and dust keeps gathering. In the same way, guilt, regret and shame arise naturally. You cannot stop them from appearing, but you can meet them each day with forgiveness. You can clean the heart gently, consistently, patiently. Over time, forgiveness becomes as natural as breath. The rhythm of return. The rhythm of forgiveness is simple. Notice, soften, release, begin again. Notice. Become aware when guilt or shame arises. Soften. Meet it with compassion instead of judgment. Release. Whisper, I forgive you. I release this weight. Begin again. Return to the present moment. Open and free. This rhythm may happen many times in a day. Each time you practice, you strengthen the habit of freedom. Small acts of forgiveness. Daily forgiveness does not need to be dramatic. It can live in small, ordinary moments. Forgiving yourself for forgetting something. Forgiving yourself for being tired. Forgiving yourself for reacting in fear. Forgiving yourself for not being perfect. Each small act matters. Each small act tells your heart, I am safe. I am loved. I can return. Over time, these small acts build a foundation of trust. You begin to live less in self-punishment and more in compassion. Rituals for daily forgiveness. Rituals help make forgiveness steady and tangible. Here are a few you can try. Morning mantra. Upon waking, whisper, today, I forgive myself for being human. Today, I will return again and again to compassion. Forgiveness breath. Whenever guilt arises, take one deep inhale, one slow exhale. Say softly, I release this with the breath. I begin again. Evening reflection. Before sleep, place your hand on your heart. Recall the day's mistakes. Whisper, I see you. I forgive you. Rest now. These rituals weave forgiveness into the fabric of daily life. Freedom through forgiveness. When forgiveness becomes rhythm, freedom blossoms. You no longer fear mistakes because you know you can return. You no longer cling to guilt because you know how to release it. You no longer wait for perfection because you know freedom is found in the practice itself. This freedom is not loud or dramatic. It is quiet, steady, reliable. It is the peace of knowing you are never beyond return. The ripple effect. Daily forgiveness also changes how you treat others. When you forgive yourself regularly, you forgive others more easily. You no longer demand perfection from them. You no longer hold grudges tightly. You see their humanity as you see your own. Your relationships soften. Your compassion deepens. Forgiveness ripples outward, touching not only your heart, but the hearts of everyone around you. Living free. To live free is not to erase the past. It is to carry it lightly. It is to walk each day with forgiveness as your companion. It is to trust that no matter how many times you stumble, you can return. Living free means choosing compassion over punishment, presence over shame, return over despair. It means whispering each day, I forgive myself. I begin again. Closing reflection. Forgiveness is not once. It is always. Not a destination but a rhythm. Not a finish line, but a heartbeat. So tonight, place your hand on your heart. Whisper softly, I forgive myself. I will forgive myself again tomorrow, and the day after, and as many times as it takes. And in that whisper, you begin to live forgiveness as rhythm, not task. You begin to live free not because the past is gone, but because compassion carries you through it, breath by breath, moment by moment, day by day. This is the freedom of forgiveness, not once, always. Thank you, dear soul, for spending this time with me here at Buddhism Verity. May your path ahead be filled with peace. May your days overflow with happiness, and may you be blessed with radiant health and endless good fortune. Remember, healing is not about perfection. It is about returning gently again and again to compassion. And each time you return, you are already free. If tonight's words touched your heart, I invite you to subscribe to Buddhism Verity so that we can continue walking this path together, one gentle step, one mindful breath at a time. Until we meet again, may kindness surround you, may luck smile upon you, and may your life unfold with more beauty and love than you ever dreamed. Rest deeply, sleep softly, and know this, you are always enough. Before you go, don't stop here, your journey is just beginning. Click on the next video that's appearing on your screen, where we dive deeper into Buddhist wisdom and gentle practices for self-forgiveness. Keep walking with me on this path of peace, your heart deserves it.